let's begin. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, solo White Mage. We're going to have to do some things here. The first thing we're going to do is, of course, talk to the king. Make sure that we understand that we've got some crystals here. We're going to sell these for a very, very cheap price. And we've got 4. How many crystals does Dan really need? Probably 1 at most. I'm not even sure if Dan deserves them. Let's go ahead. Put our dash on. Memory cursor is always good. And maximize that message speed so now we can fly through this. Let's start thinking about our gear situation. We start with a wooden stick, which is not quite as good as the hammer. So I'll take one of those for Dan. The cloth armor is going to be the best that the White Mage can begin with. As for spells, what are we going to be using the most here? So there's a few options to think about. And one very nice thing about the GBA version is that you can delete spells later that you don't need. So I imagine that all 4 of these spells could be pretty interesting. However, late game, the Blink spell, which is Ruse in the NES version, is useless because you've got the defense sword that does it for free. Harm 1 is probably useless as well. And so, realistically, the 2 that you're really going to use are probably Protect to get you more physical defense, and Cure to get you, well, maybe a tiny bit of healing, but realistically, Protect is probably all you need. So I'm going to say Protect probably should go in there. And I'm thinking that at least early on, I'm going to use a lot more Harm 1s than anything else. So let's try this. I'm actually going to be doing Protect on Garland instead of doing Blinks. Maybe this is a terrible idea. We will definitely find out. I'm wondering if I should buy some potions here as well just to buff up my defenses. Yeah, we're probably going to be fine. I think Dan's got this. Alright, Dan is optimized. Our White Mages are up, and the very first thing we need to do is get these other White Mages out of here, so. They're all going to show off their pants. First, I just want to get a little bit of damage across the entire party. We're trying to get to the point where we can have, realistically, everybody, including Dan, maybe survive these little bit of imps and then start reorganizing as we get the party narrowed down a bit. Okay, Jim. Thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a wonderful time with the 7th saga today, and I know that everyone is going to love these White Mages. They're adorable. They also take a lot of damage from them, so you're going to be really careful with this. Ace is almost down. There we go. We got Ace out of the way. Now we don't want Dan taking damage. Give one more round for the initial imp fight. Get Dan healed up. Rest of the team up in the front. And that should be good enough to get the job done. Hey, look at Jim. Thank you as well for the good wishes there. Once again, thank you much for the raid and for everyone coming in from Luke and Jim's channel. Hope you had a wonderful time there tonight. Definitely enjoy our solo White Mage playthrough here. All right, we got down to 2. Now it's going to be all there in the front. Don't have a lot of healing, but hopefully won't need it. Let's go ahead and take those off of Cal. Those are not going to be needed. That's gone, that's gone, that's gone. All right, so one round should probably take down Cal. The question is, can we take down the imps before Dan dies here? It's go time. Stone Clive, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. One imp down. Okay, Dan is already nearly dead. That's not going to be very helpful. Yep, Dan did not make it. Gotta have a better round than that. I might need to do protects rather than attacking that first round. If I can get one really solid round of defense, I'm probably in pretty good shape there. And according to the rules, I cannot do anything at all until all the other characters are dead. So we don't have a way to stack up a lot of defense in advance. All right, there go 22 defense here. Let's see if the protect works early. Power move 666. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 11 months. Thank you for the good wishes. Definitely hope that you're having an awesome time here. And enjoy our solo image. Okay, I think that's got it. Protect is about 6 points of damage reduction. And because the imps are not really doing much more than 6, that more or less takes them completely out of the picture. So as long as Dan doesn't get too many misses. And as long as we don't get any critical hits here. I think we got them. One fight. And Dan got strong HP gain, good. Strong MP gain, intelligence up. That's the perfect level for a White Mage. We will take that. Whew. Let's take stock of what we are dealing with here. I'm going to plan out a little bit of our leveling strategy here in advance to see how many levels do we have to play with in terms of skipping out on the point gains. We've found out that it is really tough to get every single level up. Sometimes it just isn't happening. But most of the time, it seems like you can get the strong gains when you need them. King Annie, thank you much for subscribing there. Enjoy your emotes, which should be arriving shortly. And Lord Sussison, welcome in. This does look like the 1-1 version, which was the basis of all of the remakes for a long time. PlayStation, GBA, even PSP to a large extent looks like the 1-1 version. All right, here we go. So Dan is 97 levels away from being done. He needs 83 of those to have int points. We want to have maximum intelligence, which is probably a little bit overkill. I would say if we were up to 90 int, we're doing really, really good. That'd be 74 of those ups. So pretty good number that we can skip out on. And I feel like we want to try and get as many strong HP gains here as we can at the start. So let's try for a goal that up through level 10, every single level is going to be strong HP and strong intelligence. I don't know if it's possible, but that's why we're doing the science. Each of those things, if they are not guaranteed, is a 1 in 8 chance, which is really not good odds. However, I am guessing that White Mage probably guarantees strong HP or intelligence a fairly large number of times in the first 10 levels. That's why the first 10, I'm willing to be very aggressive on it. After that, we can probably dial back on HP a bit and focus more on intelligence if we have to. All right, number 2, weak HP and stamina. Neither is guaranteed. Interesting. If I had to choose, I would probably say that strong HP is more important right now, and we have a lot more intelligence later on to go. But Dapperjet, thank you much for resubscribing back for 85 Agama-filled months. And let me tell you, if you fill that many months with an Agama, you are probably going to need a mop. Dolphin, thank you much for resubscribing back for 76 months. I'm very glad that you've been enjoying all of our fantasy Final Fantasy challenges here. Another one with just stamina, and that's it. version of a different magic system. Yes, the GBA version is where they introduced MP to the original Final Fantasy for the first time. Up into this, all of them have had spell slots. Although PlayStation had a choice between what's called normal mode and easy mode. Normal mode is more like the WonderSwan version and the original Final Fantasy in terms of how your magic progression works and in terms of how your leveling works. Easy mode basically gives you a ton of spell slots, so it is functionally not really that limited in terms of spell casting, and it gives you about double the progression rate for experience and money. And the easy mode is more like what the GBA version of Beyond have. Once again, no luck on our gains. We're looking for, ideally, both strong HP and also intelligence. But both of those are 1 in 8. So that's a 1 in 64 getting them together at the same time seems really, really painful. And especially early on when it's tough to just even survive these fights to some extent. Being very careful here to not be overly aggressive is, I think, going to save us a lot of time in the long run. So if I get either intelligence or strong HP, I'm going to take it for this one. Hey, Storyteller T-Matt, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. Draining Lizard, thank you guys for resubscribing back for 11 months. Definitely enjoy. Our solo White Mage is getting kicked off here tonight. We're working on level 3. And it's going to be a long way until we are ready for the serious stuff. I'm guessing Garland would not be all that bad. It's just I don't want to level up at Garland. So we need to have enough XP to the next level up that Garland is not going to put us over the top. It's going to take a little while. There we go. Strong HP, strength, agility, intelligence, stamina. We got nearly a perfect level up there for our White Mage. That one is fabulous. All right, next one is 44-way. This will be the first one we have to actually do 2 battles to get there. The MP system, better or worse? It's a different system, so it really depends on the kind of challenge that you'd like to have. With an MP system, your mages are going to be way, way more powerful. So that is a very noticeable factor in how the game plays. But ultimately, it's going to be largely the same quests and objectives that you're doing. You're going to have whatever your own personal interests are in terms of difficulty and challenges. Like, you can make this game pretty challenging if you want to. And we could take that. That is everything except for intelligence. It's a really good level up. Do I want more? I think we're going to take that. Not going to get greedy. Strength, agility, stamina, luck, and a strong HP gain. It's good enough. Okay, we have quite a few levels that we can burn if we need to get up to a very, very good intelligence score. I think we'll be fine. Oh no, Squid, thank you much for resubscribing back for 89 B-filled months. Unbelievably. After all this time. Bees are still a big problem. Alright, what's next? 76 for the next level up. Getting up there. Once we get into the low 100s, we should be able to take Garland out without a level up. As long as we don't overlevel the previous one. I think it'll be fine. We can actually check to see because you get the same amount of XP as the next version. It's just half as much XP for the next level up, which is what makes it weird. So we see 130 experience on Garland. That'll still happen here on GBA. And that will be the number that we target. Hey, Andrew 314. Hope you're having a good evening here, and definitely somebody needs to be leaving Dan because Dan sure doesn't. Mostly staying in these southern forests, it's where you get the high concentration of imps. A little bit more of a predictable and straightforward fight when you start popping up Grimps and Mad Ponies and Wolves. As you do if you go a little bit further north towards where the Temple of Fiends is. It's harder to guess how much XP is coming up for the next battles. Which we are very, very cognizant of because we need that. Be just right for these level ups. Mikhail AP, thank you for resubscribing back for 72 months. Thank you for the good wishes, and I hope you enjoy your shiny new orb deck. Isayaka Masaka. Hope you're doing well here tonight. PCMN1331, welcome in. Thank you as well for the good wishes. This is going to be a pretty chill night. Solo White Mage is going to do a lot of upfront work in order to make the second half of the game go really smoothly. Alright. I think we're very close here. 4 experience. Okay, that is definitely very close. So next battle is going to have it. Protect up even with 100 health. At 7 a pop, these imps are going to wear through your HP really fast. The White Mage just has 0 good defensive options for a long time. Until you beat Astos, there is minimal defense you can get. And even then, just getting up to the Silver Bracelet is really not making you all that competitive with other character classes. Red Mage would have Chainmail Armor. The same defense as Silver Bracelet from the start of the game. Alright, did not get strong HP, got strong MP and Agility. We'll see if those are consistent to see, is this guaranteed for level up. I imagine White Mage is going to get a lot more strong MP level ups than Red Mage did, but also that they really didn't seem important. If we are min-maxing our intelligence really hard, then because intelligence, just like Vitality gives you a bonus to HP, intelligence is going to give you a bonus to MP. And I feel like with the White Mage's progression rate, you're going to just hit max MP guaranteed. It's also a little bit less important because with Ethers, it's really easy to fill up your MP between fights. But with HP, you need all the MP in the battle itself. Alright, so the strong MP was not guaranteed. Agility, though, popping up again. That might be guaranteed here. Agility does help out with your melee survival. And I believe agility is also being used as part of your chance to run away from enemies. So there's a couple of things that it's going to benefit to have a lot of agility on the White Mage, but not nearly as much as having a lot of intelligence in order to get bigger heals. Cure for a White Wizard exclusive, yes. Cure for, Fade. Most of the really good White Magic stuff at the very high end is White Wizard only. Surprisingly, Heal 3 can be used by White Mage, but for a solo White Mage that is kind of relevant. Mostly a useful tidbit for a 4 White Mage party. Or any character party that has a White Mage that does not class change. But being solo, Cure 3 is going to have to do the bulk of our work. And we were seeing with a Red Mage around, I think it was like 50 intelligence, that I was getting about 350, maybe 360 HP for a Cure 3. So I'm thinking with 90 intelligence, we're probably going to be pushing around 500. And that's a big enough number that you can out-heal basically anything. Alright, strong MP, strength, agility, stamina. I don't think we're going to take that one. We could do better than that. The life could be used for this challenge run. It's not nearly as good as Limp. That is always the biggest challenge, when you have something so amazing that early in the game. Nothing else really stacks up. The spirit will come in. Thank you much for the good wishes, and enjoy some quality hammer time. It's going to be a lot of hammers for a very, very long time here. White Mage is not going to get a non-hammer weapon until the Masmune. Just start with the Iron Hammer, Silver Hammer after you kill Astos, and that is it till the end of the game. Still the intelligence. Alright, so we got the intelligence point. I think we're going to go ahead and take this. One more heal here. That's level 5 done. So I saw with the Red Mage, I don't need to really super hardcore max out my HP. It's mostly useful in that you need to have a certain amount of HP to survive some of the early battles. And the better your healing is, the lower you can get away with, because you actually could practically heal in battle. But you need to have, by the time that you're at the Marsh Cave, enough HP to survive the first 2 rounds versus the Wizards. Probably 2 rounds versus Astos. Lich is going to be maybe the biggest one. You have Haste 2, Fire 2, Lit 2. You're going to get paralyzed, probably, sleeped, lose a bunch of turns. And so you need to have a fairly good tank of it. But after Lich, I think you're going to be pretty much cruising to 999 from there. Oh, we got nothing on that. Wait a minute, that was that level up. That's why we got nothing. Oh yeah, we were still parked pretty far away. The better than the Power Staff, it turns out, and I know this is going to be pretty shocking to some people, but the Power Staff is not very good. It might be better than the Vorpal Sword, but only by a little bit. That's right. Solo White Mage, it's definitely bumping up the difficulty quite a bit for these solo challenges compared to Fighter, Black Belt, and Red Mage. But I think this is going to be way easier than Black Mage or Thief because White Mage can heal. And that is a really big deal. Yeah, we got plenty of time before our level up. Probably don't even need a lot of these safety saves. You should be able to take an imp fight pretty easily here. And then, once we get close, that is where the fun begins. It's just a different feel than the Red Mage. Red Mage was going extremely hard for HP at the start, which I think made a lot of sense because Red Mage was a lot more dependent on hit points to just tank things early on. But being behind on intelligence for a while, that did hurt quite a lot. Alright, 68, so we can definitely take another one here. So we get critical hits, interesting. Not very often, but sometimes. I believe one more should do it. So after this, we will be close enough that the encounters will be giving me level ups. So I would actually need to have a 5 pack of those. We'll see if it happens. If we get a 3 or 4, we'll take the fight, save again. But a 5 pack might give us a little that we need. We got no idea what RNG is going to be in play here. I don't know if anyone has done a really good in-depth game mechanics guide for the GB version like there is for the NES version for a very long time. NES has been really well studied for like all the damage formulas and things like the bonuses on level ups for all the character classes. And I think by the time that the remake started happening, that had kind of fallen out in terms of the type of guides people wrote. And so nobody really has like a great table of, oh, here's what the White Mage is going to get for these level ups. But we're going to get strong HP, strong MP, and no intelligence. I might take that. I feel like that's a pretty good pairing here. We didn't have a strong HP last time. Yeah, that's probably good enough. I know, I'm probably putting myself into some intelligence debt by doing this, but I'm going to take the easy ones when I can get them. Early on at least, getting either strong HP or intelligence is probably pretty good. Let's see where you're at for experience now. 220, so we can feasibly do Garland here. That would let me get a little bit more defense, which does help things out a tiny bit. Just want to go to the Temple of Eats. The entrance back there is where you get one of our GBA bonus dungeons. Just because of how long some of the previous ones for the character classes have been, I've been able to do the bonus dungeons on top of beating Chaos. And I've been really shocked at how well those solo characters have done the bonus bosses. Like, I did not think that they had any chance whatsoever. And somehow, like, solo Red Mage beating both Shinryu and Omega was absolutely incredible. Alright, it's Garland time. Let's knock this guy down. Alright, this hurts a lot. That's about 4 protects to get basically out of the danger zone here. Could also do this with the Blink spell and use the bruises instead. The difference is that Blink is going to be either you dodge it or you don't, but you might start dodging it right away, whereas Protect is a slower but more guaranteed way of getting pretty similar results. Like, if we're taking 1 damage around for melee, we can hammer Garland all night long. And we'll probably be here for quite a while. Just wait until we fight Astos. H.C. Bailey, thank you much for the raid there. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a great time watching H.C. Bailey tonight. We've got our solo White Mage just getting started. Our fight with Garland. A bitter brawl here. Hey, look at my checker hat. Welcome in. H.C. Bailey, welcome in. Thanks again for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful time tonight. It's even better in these remakes where they have twice as much HP on all the bosses, which means twice as much hammer time. There we go. Garland is down. Grab the 30 experience. Now we're going to take home this princess. The fun thing is that Picky's really not that much tougher. If we can live long enough to get the protects up. And I don't know if we are going to quite do it right away, but certainly a couple more strong HP gains, and we're able to get through those first 2 rounds. At that point, Pirates are doing nothing. Right now, Garland. Gonna be giving us the loot. Good times. Alright, 30 minutes to be Garland. That is actually not bad. And I think White Mage could maybe even be ahead of Red Mage for a little while. But the White Mage probably gives up some of that in the second half. Red Mage was just flying through things, thanks to all the damage output. White Mage doesn't really have as good of a grind early game. You're going to probably have to resort to doing a mummy grind. And a lot of those turns are going to just be lost because you get put to sleep, critical hit by the mummy in the first round, like a lot of resets on it, and it's a lot less experience than the giants or the earth elementals that the Red Mage used to get ready for Lich. Just my theory. But I believe that we're going to be probably seeing a little bit of a different trajectory for this White Mage for the most part. Is it time to go over to Provoca? I don't think so. I think we should first get a couple more levels here out of these battles. I might actually need to move to a different area just to get levels up faster. Are Zombies any good? Zombies are a pretty uncommon encounter. The reason they're so good in the NES version is because you can manipulate what encounter is coming up next by power cycling the console. And the first and third battles have zombies. It's not always going to be able to be done because for White Mage you pretty much can't have trolls in the fight. So you need to have a zombie battle with 0 trolls, making it even more picky. But you can cycle them pretty fast. That's within a minute you can get 2 tries at it. Without that guarantee of, a specific battle after power on. GBA, you're going to probably spend 4 to 5 times as long getting the same number of fights, and it's likely that you can do them a little bit better. But I would say that it would be very difficult to really keep up the pace for it. Compared to a trap tile like the mummies, where every single step is going to be a mummy fight. You don't even have to think about it. 5 Ms would be a level up, so we gotta be careful not to level accidentally. Try this with Protective first. Let's keep doing either intelligence or strong HP. Every level has to have one of the two for a while. And once I feel good about my HP, then it's going to be just intelligence. And we're going to roll the dice on everything else. Strength, I don't think it's a big deal. Agility would be nice, but probably not a big deal. Stamina, mostly nice because it reduces your damage a bit. Having more stamina improves your defense score in addition to giving you more HP level up. And luck, whatever it does, may be good as well. But intelligence and HP are big ones here. And do we get them? Big HP? Strength, stamina. All right, so no intelligence gain. We're stuck at 18 here, but I think this is still worth it. Let's take the trip over. Enough luck we can replace Dan with Ace. There is not enough luck in the world for us to get rid of Dan. Believe me, we have tried. Also, nice little touches that they slowly change the color in the background to simulate a sunrise during this cutscene. Pretty subtle. You can see it like every now and then tick up. heal this version of the song. I think this is the scoring from Final Fantasy IV, where they first did that extended mix of it. I'm pretty certain Final Fantasy 2 and 3 did not have it. Alright, well, this fight is absolute garbage. We're gonna run away, which is tough in the early game. We'll keep going. That's how we can get about 7 steps in between saves. The encounter rate is just mercilessly massive for so much of the game. There are a few areas, specifically Marsh Cave and Waterfall, where the encounter rate is not terrible. But it's rough. I think 3 of the extended version after the first boss. I have to go back and check that. I don't remember that being in the Famicom version. Been a long time since I played the original, though. Awesome art. Thank you much for the good wishes there. And certainly, as a solo White Mage, we are gonna need them. This is rough stuff for a little while. Got 308 XP to work with. I don't remember what the pirates give me. Let me see. We could take 9 pirates with that amount. I don't think so yet. We need 360 to spare. So we need to get another level up before we do this pirate battle. Well, there is some good news. Hiroka does have a little defensive upgrade. Now we have 2 points of defense. And that's the only upgrade that we get. I take a couple up here potions just to be certain. But the real prize here is going to be these ethers. As a White Mage, healing is just so easy with all these cure spells. We can heal probably a dozen regular potions worth of recovery from 1 ether. So economically, the cure spell is very, very nice. Alright, my plan is to find something decently bulky, but not outrageously so. And thanks to these protect spells, I could probably win. A little bit of extra cash though, because we will maybe not get enough money per fight to pay our instays off. That is a little bit of a concern early on. It's way worse on the NES version, where you will have to do multiple battles in order to take a trip to the end. And surviving multiple fights early on with like a solo White Mage, solo Black Mage, solo Thief, those are really, really tough challenges. So Protect for now. Yep, Protect is going to be doing a lot of work here. I decided to take it over Blink because I think it's just going to be a more consistent option. And as a White Mage, you have enough healing that the 1 damage per round is going to be not a big deal to fix up. Yeah, Protect stacks until you have maxed out your armor score at 99. Alright, so that's 60 a pop. So we got a couple of that size fight to be able to level here. I'd love to take an Ogre, but those might be too much XP. It's gotta be kind of cautious about it. Let's get another big chunk of what we need. How much is it for a protect cast? I believe it is 8. So 1 protect, we get about half of a chainmail armor. 2 protects, this is what a fighter or a red mage would have defense-wise at this point. So it goes very, very fast. 3 protects, that's an iron armor. And armor at this point is extremely good. Hey, Shanezel, hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, Protera, I am thinking about whether it is worth getting. It is slightly more defense per cast, but it's also a lot more MP per cast. And so I don't know if it is a good trade-off for like the Chaos fight to have a little bit more defense at the cost of chewing through MP a little bit faster. It probably is. About 5 protects for the endgame armor. Yeah, endgame armor is 42 defense for things like the Dragon Mail and the Opal armor. It takes a long time, though, to get these protects off, which if an enemy's got spells or skills is kind of bad news. But if you're talking about somebody who's just like a melee character, or maybe you got something like the Mute spell that you're going to use on Astos, you can see how it'd be really, really good. All right, 104. So we're starting to get into a range where a lot of the smaller fights could push us over the top. I might have to go back to the imps in order to be able to take a clean battle here. Yeah, like, this is way too much XP. That's probably way too much XP. That's probably too much. The Gerwolf is the problem with those. They just are a little bit beefier than we want to see. I believe after this level up, I should be able to squeeze in a pirate fight. 360 was the magic number. See if we can get something better here. Yeah, White Mage is kind of fun. It's a very unassuming character class. You would think it would be so outrageously horrible that it would be just completely unfun, but really it's not bad. White Mage just has very, very good survivability. Thanks to those healing spells, which simplifies things, and a lot of great utility options, especially early on, which is when solo characters really struggle the most. 99% of your problems are either going to be the first kind of third of the game up through Lich, or it's going to be fighting Chaos. And in between, pretty much every character class is going to be fine. Hey, Logo 71. Black Belt is a pretty good one. Solo Black Belt was, as you might expect, a lot of punching. And really, really fast. Only downside of Solo Black Belt is because you don't have any healing. You are in a race just to kill the enemies before they kill you. And as they get more difficult, like when we do the bonus bosses post-Chaos, some of those are really tough to beat in one go. All right, 74. So we're getting close in here. Let's keep an eye on that. That's 13 imps. One nice thing about this version for Solo Black Belt is that unlike the previous versions, GBA gives you partial credit for each inventory slot when it comes to the armor bonus. So you can put a ribbon on, and you lose the armor bonus for your helmet slot, which is like, I think like maybe 10% of your overall armor, but you keep all the rest. And so you can actually do that like individually. Like, is the opal bracelet better than your body armor bonus? Okay, put it on, otherwise leave it off. Same with like pro rings and such. It is so much more forgiving than all or nothing. Hey, James Chungus, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. I think at this point we'd be 5 imps to go. Means an imp battle could do it. It's 3, 4, or 5 imps for each of these fights. Start saving here. What about White Mage? Take a lot of time. White Mage is pretty slow getting started. That is definitely a big downside. I mean, I do think Thief is going to be a lot worse. Thief is not going to have nearly as many tools to use for the early bosses. But Black Mage, because you just get a lot of damage spells early, means that as long as you can survive a fight, you can probably do some pretty good damage in return. Let's see what we got. Strong HP gain and intelligence and luck. You know what? We're taking that. That seems pretty good. 402, I'm going to take a swing at the pirates here. 360 is what I believe that you get from that fight, so we should be able to do it on a level up triggered. And we're just come right back to do the next level up post-pirates. There's any unique bonus dungeon weapons. I don't think the White Mage has anything for weapons. You do have a couple of pieces of armor that do things like buff your intelligence stat. And for the most part, I have tried to not use the bonus dungeons in any way to help out with the main game. I'll do them like after Chaos is dead. Because largely, the good stuff is in the later bonus dungeons. And if you can do the later bonus dungeons, then you are already strong enough to beat Chaos. This is a very common problem with a lot of the post-game super bosses that are actually post-game, is that they might give you a super powerful item, but what's the point if you already can win? Alright, there we go. Well, let's get these pirates that I'm predicting. As long as we get a good first round, we should be fine. Big thing is, how early in the round does Protect go off? More pirates that go first, the scarier it gets. But we weren't manipulating our HP gauge. Probably only have like maybe 80 HP right now. It would be way, way worse. Yeah, that's not bad. 60 damage before Protect goes off. That's going to cut him in half, roughly. Second Protect is going to be basically getting it down to 0. So I'm pretty confident that we've got first try Bicky here. Is our next big challenge is going to be a lot of level ups. For wizards, I'm guessing somewhere around maybe like 300 health is the bare minimum you can get away with. It's going to be a lot of damage before you get your protects up, and you're going to need many protects if you're going that route to be able to avoid them. Blink might be better versus wizards, just because if you can get dodges in, you're going to very quickly be able to knock the damage down. But Blink is going to be a little bit more unpredictable, and you have to reroll to get 2 wizards every time, so it might be a lot of tries. That's going to be tricky. Astos is going to be so easy. The hard ones for Astos. Obviously the Thief. But after the Thief, it might be like Black Belt is second hardest. Like, you wouldn't really expect it. But I believe that White Mage, Red Mage, probably Black Mage, maybe you could throw Fighter in there as well. Generally quite easy. Like an entire day's project. There's gonna be a solo Thief PlayStation run going up on YouTube in the next couple of weeks. And if you want to see the worst Astos in existence, that is the one. PlayStation doesn't have any of the buffs that GBA has. But PlayStation does have all the bugs fixed, which means that Astos' Dark works. You have 0 improvements to your Thief. And it does have the increased HP for bosses. So you are just absolutely hosed. I think Black Mage can burn down Astos before you take damage. It's tougher with double HP. NES, definitely. Lit 2 and Fire 2 and Ice 2, probably by that point, are going to do pretty big chunks of Astos' health. Like a couple Ice 2 spells. All you really need on the NES version. But with double health, that's starting to get into enough rounds that he's going to be not just doing the rub, but also the Fire 2 and the Lit 2 back at you. So that's why I think Black Mage is probably going to benefit a lot from the manipulated HP gains to be able to tank a couple of cycles of those. Final pirate. We got the Leather Shield. That's how you can tell we had quality pirates. And that's how you can get the boat. Alright. That's pretty big. We'll be back soon. First, though, I got some work to do, and now that I've got the boat, it'll be a little bit faster to go back and forth between different spots. I would like to get a level up. I would also like to get the cap, which I could just pick out a Temple of Fiends, but I'm going to be lazy and buy it out of it. I don't think that's a good fight. Let's try that again. That'd be a good fight if we're actually looking for money. Kaizokus are going to be really, really good for a White Mage, since you can pretty much take your time once you have the Protects up, and the money is really, really decent until we can start fighting undead monsters. Undead generally have a pretty favorable ratio of gold to experience. And as a bonus, with those harm spells, White Mage does so well versus them. Oh no. I am receiving word that due to unforeseen circumstances, virtual highlight might be happening this holiday season. Now that is definitely something that we are all very much going to regret. Don't say I didn't warn you. Let's let that off. I don't have enough for my cap. It's so close. All right, well, antidotes can go. Let's let Dan's close. Yeah, looks good. That's fine there. In the coming days, there will be more information about this highlight situation, including a potential bonus follow-up, a second challenge point incentive that might make for even more dangerous highlight. That's hopefully you're all prepared for the consequences again. That's a 42 experience. That is a little bit more than one in fight. So we will not be getting another battle here. It's going to be professional. It is going to be Japanese hard. This Japanese version does not have nearly the same niceties as the US version does. Hard mode in Japan is really, really seriously hard. So we're not getting past those shacks. Counter rate's low enough that we will eventually make it up to Canary. When we do, we will have our revenge on those imps once and for all. There's nobody getting one battle. Yes, we should take a bite here first. So let's see how we're doing with the 7 defense. This is quite better than we had before. So it is nearly what we had with 1 protect up at the start of the game. And yeah. At this point, imps kind of free. See, every now and then they're going with a 2. That's like the high end of the range now. And yes, this is as good as the White Mage gets. Until you can beat Astos. And that is one of the things that makes it really, really tough for a long time. Alright, level 9. Here we go. And we get some good level ups. That was a 4 imp ambush fight. There's not a lot of good clues about whether or not you have a new and unique RNG seed each time through. Like, most of the fights are going to be pretty similar for the damage values. But at least the number of imps, the type of the fight, those can vary a bit. Alright. Worst level up possible. We got nothing. So that is really the baseline. No guaranteed stat gains. So I think we're just going to go back to our plan. First, between intelligence point and HP is the winner. All right, 4 imps. This time, no ambush. As long as I hit 90 intelligence at the end, I'll be pretty happy. And as long as I get enough HP to survive through Marsh Cave without a ton of grinding, That'll be pretty good as well. And this time is also nothing. At least better than later on, where once you have hit 999 HP and MP, you can get literally nothing for gains. I'll try this with a Protect Up. We don't even know it's the same form fight or not. I have to go at least one round into it to see. So I should probably do that before doing Protects just to get a sense about whether or not it is a unique one. We had a 13 on the first attack, I think in the previous one. And for the ambush one, we had a 10. What would be really handy is like building up a table so that you could get a clear indication of whether it's a new encounter or not. Strength, stamina. Fighter pretty good, but not for a White Mage. Stamina's pretty good for everyone, actually, since you get some bonus defense. It is much improved compared to the old Vitality stat that just gave you HP. Because that would be extremely useless once you had a clear path to 999, which most character classes that you go to level 99 are going to be. They're not guaranteed to get 999, but pretty easy with a couple of good level ups. What changes the RNG value? So RNG is not advanced on time, which is the big difference compared to the NX version when you're in battle. That's why it's so much harder to get different RNG outcomes on the GBA version. Just stamina. So here on the title screen, there is a little bit of a time factor. So you can get a bit of a different start depending on how long it takes to do that initial load from a reset. But once you're in here, if we see a certain pattern for enemy attacks, I don't remember 22 was what we had last time for the first imp. But you would see that if you did the same inputs, you get the same results. And so as a result, if you're waiting on the title screen for a bit, you're going to see pretty much like a small cluster of different encounters that you're going to have coming out of it for your first fight. And that's the variety that you have to start with. And then in battle, you can make different turn options. Because that did get the same stamina gain. Let's go to the menu burn RNG. Nope. You have to actually take turns. Like, for example, I could cast Protect or cast Cure, pass around up there, use an item. Sometimes attacking in different orders would be different. Like, there's the same 22 that we saw last time, so we know this is exactly the same fight as we had before. So what I can do is wait till the last imp, cast Protect. That's going to use it up an extra round for an attack. Or I can do it at any point up until this point. Like you saw 17 there's again. And this is just the exact same numbers that we had from the previous one. This time I got a strong HP gain. And nothing else. Do I take it? I did say I'd take a strong HP gain. I'd also really like to have 20 intelligence. It's probably fine. We'll let it slide this time. It's just really tough to demand you get both. Having it be 1 and 8 for anything that is not fixed, and there's not a huge number of fixed stat gains you get in this, makes it much more challenging to have kind of the optimal results happen. So instead we're kind of focusing on what is good enough, given that we have these limitations, and that we don't want to spend many, many hours per level up. Or items that advance RNG multiple times per call. I believe that it is basically just the damage rolls for you. For enemies, it's got targeting as well, which I'm uncertain how that kind of impacts the solo mage experience. On NES, one of the things that you've got for RNG is that the game picks out a plan for the enemies. And if it turns out that there is an invalid target, then it throws the plan away and tries again. And so as a result, when you've got like a solo character, if the enemy is trying to melee or cast a single target spell, it can have to generate a whole lot of plans in short succession, which is what causes the RNG loops, where you have a multiple of 256 RNG values used for a single round of combat. But if they've made it smart, where it can auto-retarget, just like you have auto-retargeting here, then I would imagine that it wouldn't have to spin as many loops around trying to get something that works. But it's all kind of a theory about how GBA might do the targeting for it. Alright, let's try the world's slowest fight. Worth a ton of experience. It might actually be too much experience, which could be a problem here. But I want to see what the life is like if you're fighting these more difficult monsters. It should be very doable by this point. And it's just a question of, can we get away with it? Alright, so still an occasional spicy hit. I don't think Ogre's going to roll that high all that often. So this is what life is like as a White Mage. Very, very relaxed. Almost through the groups. Soon it will be all ogre. Maybe to see, can we even keep the fight? If I get too much experience and the level up's really bad, then we will have to reset and lose it, and that'll be very, very sad. But it was good science. The other thing I'm kind of thinking about is whether it's worth it doing the 15 puzzle for Fangs, as that would dramatically speed up the Wizards and Astos, because otherwise you are doing this for probably 300 rounds versus Astos. Maybe more. Maybe level. Strong MP, can't keep it. Just too much. That was 384. I think if I didn't kill the Asp, I would have been fine. How close was he? 377. We went over by 7. Yeah, the Asp was a mistake. 2 ogres. I'm doing the math on this. All right, let's check the ogre experience out. 195, that gives me 390, nope. All right, at least we know that one doesn't work. Save some time here. Got our money that we can use to buy some more ethers with. Pretty certain that one was going to be a little bit pushing it, but... so close. This will be fine though. 2 less creeps will have a very comfortable amount of XP cleared off And we'll be able to get down to our next level up pretty quickly right after this. Big question is going to be where we do in this leveling, as it's rapidly going to be becoming impractical to do imp fights. But I'm going to need to have something I can do that is going to be relatively consistent, very, very easy. It's going to be re-rolling these a bunch of times, and potentially giving different RNG results. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Hope you have a good time tonight. Thinking maybe fight like shadows or something at the top of Marsh Cave. The problem with that is just that you are very, very far away from an inn or where you can buy ethers. So you're going to have to carry in a big stock of supplies. And you're eventually going to get kicked out when you run out. I don't know how long that's going to take. Now it's all ogre. 119 to go. Maybe a more practical number of imps now that we only need 20 or so. 119 versus wolves. 4 might be too much. Say no to that. Yeah, they just do the imps. No need to get fancy. Okay, so don't need to get any sahags. These things are really awful. Most of the boat monsters just have ridiculously high speed scores, so it is very tough to run away from them. And kind of compounding that problem is that for the White Mage, you are also going to really struggle to hit them. It is going to be the worst of both worlds. Smooth Crude, welcome in. No information on the RNG in this game. Yeah, the NES version is very well explored for a lot of the formulas and mechanics. And there's a really excellent mechanics guide that goes over a large portion of the game in detail. And there's fairly accurate information, like very minor errors in a couple places, but for the most part, you can kind of trust the results. And for all the remakes, it is just stuff kind of slopped together. And I think it's mostly the fact that the way that the communities around this were kind of organized, that there was the classic NES community that only did the NES games. And then there was the remake community, which did any of the remakes. And so information got kind of mixed up in between the different versions for all the remakes. It wasn't really a concerted effort to like reverse engineer the game and to do a lot of hand testing. It's just kind of like, here's a bunch of different sources. We're going to aggregate them together to make them easier to find. But they don't necessarily refer to the same underlying truth. And so you got to be really, really careful about any assumptions that you make there, which almost makes it so that other than like very basic facts, you don't really have a lot of trust in a lot of the documented content for it. $47. So we take at least one more imp fight. Put us down to 29. So another 5 imps is a little up. Well, we shall see how we do. Yeah, a lot of them are kind of just the big amalgamations. I want to say that there was a tendency at the time to reward and promote the guides that were just like the biggest number of pages as the only measure of which of the 20 different guides out there are going to be considered as the definitive copy. And so you had a lot of guides that just had very large sections of here's all the dialogue in the game, or other things that don't necessarily have a lot of practical value, but make the game guide really, really long. All right, strong MP gain, nothing else. Have to recycle on that one. Keep trying our level ups. The intelligence bonus multiplier is not going to be felt super hard other than the harm spell. Harm is going to get a pretty decent sized gain if we can get 20 in. I believe we're at 19 right now. So I'd very much like an end point. Maybe a little bit more than a strong HP gain for this one. Let's do 16s. Stacked up. Waste one turn. And we get an end point. You know what? I think that is what I asked for. I'm going to take it. Level up done. So we should have 20 int. I'm going to check that now before we go off and do our undead hunting. Top of Marsh Cave's got shadows. It's got a zombie ghoul fight as well, though zombie ghoul might be pretty scary. Shadows should be very, very, very free. And even Harm 1 by this point is decent. Harm 2 we could probably buy right now. 3rd tier magic is available. 87 MP. Like, we would burn through our MP really fast with Harm 2 is the biggest problem. Might be worth it. But I'm going to need to get Harm 2 eventually. Suddenly the issue is less experience and more money. Which is kind of atypical. Usually with the solo character, money is almost completely irrelevant because you only buy one set of gear. Your expenditures are very, very low compared to most playthroughs. Dan getting paralyzed like a champ. We're at 643 for level ups. So we can probably go a little bit further in before we have to start thinking about the wizards. Definitely gonna want to fight 2 wizards. You might be able to get away with more wizards if you're gonna be using the fangs, which I am also still mulling over. This time I know that it is totally safe to take this much experience. Killing all these creeps, that is going to take a while. I'm trying to think about whether it's worth doing the harms or not, which is going to involve a lot of travel back and forth, probably. The alternative is stuff like this. So I can kind of get a sense of how much time am I spending per fight doing these bigger melee battles versus spending all my MP and then having to go and do a lot of trips to recover it. I guess it's around maybe 3 minutes to walk to Marsh Cave and back. If you want to sail to Provoke and buy ethers and come back, that's like more like 5 minutes. So it's a big investment. Although after the first time, I bet you're gonna have enough cash that you can probably get a very rapid increase in the number of fights you can do per trip out. So it might not even really be that bad after the first 1 or 2 cycles around. In the meantime, you could probably do maybe 2 of these type of battles. So you had a couple of resets to get a good ogre fight out there. Best one would be Groger Double Ogre. That one's going to be 750 experience. That'd be enough for a level up for a while. Ogres with no creep might be better because it's just a little bit smaller of a footprint to deal with. And it actually gives you more experience, it turns out. I guess that makes sense, because I've always said Ogre is about twice as tough as a creep, but 3 times better rewards. Double Ogre versus Ogre triple creep is really close. Turns out it's actually 3.1. They have the points. Welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. Just got halfway to level 11 with that fight. That's really the problem with those type of battles. It's really, really labor intensive for doing an encounter. And you definitely don't want to have to reset that every time for getting your last fight in. Well, heal is going to be useless. I think Null Blaze is going to be pretty useless as well. The very, very few times that that might come in handy are going to be few and far between. The square cube allow for threat size to experience. Maybe in terms of volume, Warmech could be up there. But I have to say that for the most part, not a lot of things in this game are really that threatening. But they are definitely a lot of variance in experience. So it's going to be about a half hour level. So I want to say this is 144 or so. $96. Okay, it's 24, not 36. Still a decent amount here. So 163 to go then. Imps are 6. So a wolf is 4 imps. We definitely do not want to be doing like 30 imps worth of experience. This is probably too much. Hey, Code Data, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. Definitely do enjoy our solo White Mage kicking off tonight. You almost did, yeah. Almost. I'll feel really good if by the end of tonight we've beaten Lich. That feels like it's going to be good progress. Lich is roughly 1/3 of the game content, but for a solo character, Lich is way closer to half the game. Just because the front stuff tends to be more difficult. And we've seen in the past how after a slow-ish start, a character just gets past Lich and then zooms real quick. Alright, think it over. I believe that the 15 puzzle would be a good idea here with 3rd place prizes. being the fangs that would really speed up Marsh Cave and Astos. So we're going to have a little bit of a wait for getting these prizes. Third place is going to start at like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to take it nice and leisurely. We do not want to get a faster time locked in because later on I'm going to need to do a bunch of second place tries to get the elixirs that we'll need for later. And spoiling those now would be a bad idea. So we're just going to Challenge for it. And think about what our strategy is going to be. I would love to have blue fangs for the wizards. That's lit 2. And 2 of those would win that fight almost instantaneously. For Astos, white fangs are the best. Ice 2 does more damage than anything else. But you can throw red fangs, blue fangs that are left over, whatever you have at them. And each fang is probably 40-ish, maybe even 50 rounds of combat. So they're going to make a massive improvement in terms of what your life is like. I bet I can do this at 1:30 and walk down from here. I don't have to go all the way to 2 minutes. We'll see if we get really, really bad luck for fangs for a little bit. And then I can decide, is it worth taking the results that we've had so far, rather than sitting through more rounds of this. I think that's the best way to go. Where's the way this works? If I had finished it under 30 seconds there, that's a guaranteed Mega Elixir for your first place prize pool, but you have to then get faster and faster, and Mega Elixir is the only thing that you get there. For second place, which initially is between 30 and 60 seconds, I'll be getting a couple of good items. Elixir is definitely one that we're going to really, really want to have. The emergency exit would be good to have one if you want to do the bonus content. Our White Mage has extra time after fighting chaos. And the Hermes shoes, also the second place prize pool, is very important because the fast pull is going to be big when we're having to melee chaos at the end. Everything else we probably don't need to melee. Maybe carry would be worth it, but I don't know if a fast for carry is really that important. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So far, 2 curtains. And also just a reset if you don't get the prize that you want, but it takes a while to open up the 15 puzzle, so it is better to put a couple tries at it and not have to do as many of the resets, if you can get away with that. This one, 128. Does mute fog work on carry? Yep. That's what you do for melee, but it would just take a very, very long time because carry has so much health that your White Mage is going to be swinging away for a while. I guess if you want to get the Power Glove first, it wouldn't be as bad. I might do that, actually. Power Glove for carry would be a big detour, but certainly is a potential time savings when you consider how long that battle is. There are no 15 puzzle runs. 15 puzzle is something that isn't necessarily required, it's just very helpful. Like, you can farm Mega Elixirs off of the zombie Ds. Purple Worms would drop the emergency exits. I don't know if the Hermes shoes you can get anywhere else outside of the bonus dungeons, but you probably don't need the Hermes shoes if you have enough elixirs and Mega Elixirs to be able to just heal up for a long time. So all the strategies that I'm doing with the 15 puzzle are mainly about can we accelerate the pace of the game and not this is the only way to get the strategy to work. And 127? So I feel a little bit nervous about our Fang drop rate. It should be a pretty high rate because you have red, white, and blue Fangs all in the prize pool. But it seems like they just don't want to come out sometimes. Goodness, I only need like maybe 4 or 5 to make a big difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Vampire Fang, not the kind of Fang that we want. That, unfortunately, is useless. Yeah, there's a Vampire Fang for hold. There is a Cockatrice item, which is break. There's a bunch of other miscellaneous kind of not very good items here in the 3rd place bucket. Well, the Fangs are decent, and the curtains are basically this corresponding colors A spell, so the red Fang is Fire 2, the red curtain is A Fire. Those are all paired together here at 3rd place. Five, 6. Okay, we got a red Fang. That's our first Fang showing up. Not a great Fang, but it is 1. So now we have 125 on the clock next. Probably get a little bit nervous just when I'm getting down like the 110 range for not getting a lot of Fangs. I have done this before, starting down from 2 minutes, just counting down 1 second at a time and reaching 1 minute with like 5 Fangs. So you can get pretty bad luck. You can also get, 5 Fangs and 6 playthroughs. The good news about 15 puzzle is at least you can reset and try again if you don't like it. You have to give up all the prizes that you've gotten so far in order to get your leaderboard set restored to its previous conditions. 2, 3, 4, 5. Red curtain. Really think I'm not going to need the A spells here with all these curtains showing up. That is a super big deal. There's something to note. Carry's going to take a while. Carry is going to take a while if you want to do it with a hammer hit. It's actually probably faster to confuse Carry with the wizard staff because unlike the NES version, where she does like a fire 1 spell, that's what everybody that is confused does. In the remake, the attack values actually are dependent on the enemy. And so Carrie's doing like 40, 50 damage around when confused. It is a much more substantial amount. Not enough to make it like a really good fight, but it would still be decent. Hey, I am Bloodshed, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes and enjoy some high quality 15 puzzle shuffling here. We are looking for fangs. We have found one so far. And we have still found one. Maybe it was a mistake going for the 90-second start. I didn't think it would be that bad for our odds of it. And obviously we can ultimately just kind of take whatever we do get in the 15 puzzle here for these fangs. The fewer fangs that I get, the more hammers that we're going to need. I hope I can at least sell some of the things that we're not going to need to use in order to get some money for ethers to make the Marsh Cave XP grinding go faster as well. That's the other point for doing it right now. 1, 2, 3. All right, White Fang, another good one for Astos. We don't have any fangs for wizards yet. But this is a start. We're up to 2 fangs. Now win 122. Getting good at the minigame. The minigame really has a couple of pretty straightforward patterns that you can do. I will have basically 2 ways of dealing with the top line, whether you want to go in from the left side or the right side. Same thing with the second line. And the third and fourth lines you have to do as a pair. So those ones are a little bit different in terms of how they work. So I use a relatively small number of strategies, and a lot of it is just like, what is the initial condition of the puzzle for how quickly can you move the pieces over to where you need? If they start really far away from where they need to go, then it's just going to take a long time to do the initial movements. But once they're in the general vicinity, you can bang through these pretty fast. All right, Spider Silk, not helpful. I don't think we ever need to slow things. Down to 121. Another plus, the more that we do it, the lower the time that I have to wait for us. That is a slight benefit. Yeah, basically off a show, once you've got a couple patterns, any of these puzzles are pretty easy. And it's always the same thing where the bottom 2 lines have to be done as a pair. Those are kind of special, but everything else can be whatever, as they can always use the same strategies. $18, $19, $20, $21. White Curtain, nope. White Curtain could be good versus Lich if we get that for Ice at the start. Might be worth re-rolling Lich a couple times if you have white curtain go up before the ice 2 does. Then you got a little bit of wiggle room for fire 2 and lit 2. Those are going to be not used for a while. But ice 2 is always his first spell. Alright, 120. That means we've got a 20% drop rate for Fangs so far. If it keeps up that way, we can get 4 more Fangs by the end. I think 6 Fangs in total would be probably good enough. So far, no regrets on the lower initial starting time. $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. Another white curtain. Now, a lot of situations use more than one of those. Once you get late into the game, then you're going to have the ribbons. So pretty quickly, the curtains and such become very irrelevant. They're also very lovely curtains. They go well with any decor, and they even match the rugs. $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, red curtain. Want to say we got all 3 curtain colors. So we are definitely selling those for Lich. We're definitely still looking for more Fangs. Use Agawas as Christmas tree decorations. That would be probably a wonderful idea if you do enjoy the smell of burnt Christmas trees. It's 118. $15, $16, $17, $18. Red Fang, number 2. Red Fang is the worst of the 3 Fangs, but it does work versus Astos, and it is a lot faster than about a lot of hammers. So we still take this. $170. Just hoping a lot of the unnecessary items are going to be worth selling off. Don't think that these are worth a ton of cash. Unfortunately, most of them just have a relatively low sell price. You can never buy them in the game, so it's safe to set the game's value as a very small amount. Like ribbons only being worth 1 gold. It would be a great deal if you could buy a stack of them. But unfortunately, you cannot. $14, $15, $16, $17, white curtain. There's going to be curtains for our 15 puzzle if we do not get more fangs. $160. Definitely glad to have this broken up in a couple pieces. I don't need the second place prize pool items for a while, so those are going to be probably farmed out much later. There's only so much 15 puzzles that you can do at one time. After a while, the tiles just all start blurring together. Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, blue curtain. They really love their curtains. All right, 115. It is nice that you have much relaxing time with doing these. In third place, at least. Second place is pretty relaxing too until you get down to like the last couple. And first place is the ones that are kind of stressful. Under 30 seconds. I will still get a decent number banged out, but it's much harder to do a lot in a row. Like, you'll definitely notice the fatigue much, much faster. Arc 5. We have one White Mage. Dreams are maybe sold separately. As are fangs, evidently. How many curtains are we gonna get? Well, 14. Also, don't check and make sure that I'm not getting off by one. Skipping one is not that big of a deal, but if you start doing the same one over and over again, it's like, then you will know it's been too much 15 puzzle. $10, $11, $12, $13, $14, blue curtain. I would like to emphasize that the drop rates of these items should be exactly the same between curtains and fangs. I feel like the game may be unaware of this. $113. Like, each of these prize pools, first place, second place, third place, and not taking top three, have a fixed group of prizes. And within each group, it should be equal odds. First place is pretty easy because it's just Mega Elixir. That's the only prize. You're going to get it every time. Second place is where the prize pool starts getting kind of big. And so second and third place, you have a relatively large number here. What I think makes it kind of funky for the third place ones is because so many of them are very similar items, the fangs and the curtains, that I'm not getting the same curtain color every single time, but the oddities of getting so many curtains is the unexpected part. And we're getting so many curtains. $112. I'll do a second fang to drop in this block of 10 to keep up with my 20% average. And 20% I feel like is on the low side for fangs. They should be like 40% of the prize pool. Spider Silk, none of the above. For some reason, that actually kind of feels better. What am I getting from doing all these puzzles? So I am looking for right now are items called fangs. Red fangs cast fire 2, blue fangs cast lit 2, and white fangs cast ice 2. Blue fangs very good versus the wizards, and any leftover blue fangs plus red and white fangs can be used versus Astos, which will save me many dozens of rounds doing the Astos fight. So while this is sitting here for a couple minutes getting these fang drops, the alternative is to basically be in the Astos fight for an hour and a half. It works, but it's pretty mind-numbing. 11, 12. White fang. Okay, there's another fang. Get a good number for Astos, which is probably the more important of the two. But I think a decent blue fang or two would be not bad before we finish this off. And 111. We've got 12 more of these that we can do. I can go at the 1 minute mark, but it has to be, I think, not exactly 1:00:00. It should be fine. I just don't know what happens if you exactly tie. I guess worst case, I get a second place time. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. Blue fang. There we go. Now we're getting the fangs. Get that streak of fangs, like maybe 6 fangs longer. At that point, everything will be looking pretty nice. I did not want to do that. Uh-oh. I accidentally finished really fast. I would lose all my fangs. Gotta hurt me shoes. Well, That's it for third place. I could put some more in there, I guess, with the high numbers. I'm thinking here. This would let me get 8 tries at second place for elixirs. Well, I got the Hermes shoes, which is an important one. I'm not happy. I think I'm going to take it. But this is a sign that I should probably save for safety. Got the Hermes shoes, 1 blue fang, 2 red, 2 white. I was getting fancy with moving the opposite direction for the bottom row, which wasn't even noticing that I would finish it off. Well, now we're down to 59. Got a couple more fangs here while we're at it. Not disastrous. It's just I was planning to do more second place prizes than that. Second place gets me elixirs, and my alternatives are zombies for mega elixirs, 15 puzzle for mega elixirs. You have to get first place prizes for those, so it's a lot harder. But one of the big things I needed was Hermes shoes. The other big thing I need was the emergency exit, and that's mostly if we want to do bonus content. So it's not really that big. It's just kind of nice to have. 8, 9 here, Cockatrice Claws, that's useless. It's also now slightly faster for doing these. The good news is I don't think that the White Mage really needs a lot of elixirs, to be honest. With your big heals, if we maximize out our intelligence points, we're going to be getting a lot of our HP recovery from Cure 3s and not having to pop nearly as many elixirs as the other characters so far have had. And at 99 for our levels, we have generally not needed that many elixirs just to finish. Alright, Vampire Fang, wrong kind of Fang. Alright, so this one is 57. One more blue fang would be pretty nice for the wizards. Already got a pretty decent start versus Astos. What if we could Brack Astos? The odds would have to be really awful on that. But I imagine he's not immune to it. In this version, if you are immune to something, it is actually function immune. It does not have the 3 in 26 chance of getting really lucky. But I'm pretty sure they did not expect you to have the Brack spell right now. We do have, thanks to the Cockatrice Claw. So it's worth thinking about. I don't think we have to think about it. It's likely to just use the fangs. We got a strategy that definitely works if it takes a while. 4, 5, 6. Blue fang number 2. Alright, one more fang and I'm feeling good about it. We are close. Let's get a good number of puzzles that finished around like the 20-second mark. It's not like all that frequent, but it does indicate that I could probably squeeze in 7 or 8 Mega Elixirs. And that would take some of the pressure off of the Mega Elixir versus Elixir trade-off. 55. And I reset, yeah, if I reset, I would lose all of the fangs that we'd gotten up to that point, which is pretty painful. Wrong fang. Basically, a reset for that would be, is it worth taking a lot of short-term pain for maybe a small long-term gain? And based on what has happened with the previous playthroughs, I feel like the long-term gain is not even really that big. We have not needed nearly as many elixirs and Mega Elixirs as I had feared. Where's that 54? 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue curtain. Okay, it's been a while since we had the curtains. Now they're back. There was a stretch where I got a curtain basically every single playthrough for like 10 in a row, which is just really improbable odds. On this one, is it 3? Okay. Yeah, Astus' high mat defense is kind of the big problem because you only have like 2 or 3 of these claws and you're going to be resetting every time. At least with the mute spell, you can kind of give it a couple goes at it and see how this start of the fight looks. But that's just limited by how much MP do you want to toss at the problem. MP should be no problem. I was just being really safe and double checking the time a lot. Got a little bit less wiggle room before. 51, 2. The red curtain. One more fang. $51. Six, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1. Spider silk. All right, we're down to 50. How many 15 puzzles I do? Well, you can bang through a lot of these in a single playthrough, and we've done this for a number of these challenges. So I would pretty much never do these outside of challenge runs. It is something of an idea to do 15 puzzle in speed runs as well, if you get really lucky. An emergency exit drop can be very, very nice to have. It saves you a couple minutes for the first one that you get for either doing a lich after you beat the vampire, or in the waterfall, going through there. That way you've got a travel spell when you're not supposed to. Or you can get mega elixirs, which helps make the chaos fight better. But you're spending a bunch of time getting into the 15 puzzle, so it's often going to be not worth it for that reason. Like, you are potentially just going to have to reset a run over a 15 puzzle drop. And this is often seen in like the PSP version, where that time difference of how long does it take you to walk out of Earth Cave and places like that is a more significant fraction of the run life. Gator 36, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 71 months. Definitely you're having a wonderful time, and I hope you enjoy all of these 15 puzzles, which is down to 48 seconds now. 6, 7, 8. All right, we got the Fang. I think we're good. 15 puzzle, done for now. Go clean up and get whatever we have with our item situation out of the way. They're a glitch? Nope. This is how the game works. We're using these attack items to attack things. It's actually pretty handy. Alright, stuff that we never need, we can get rid of right away. Vampire Fangs out of here. Regular potion I could probably ditch as well. I just need the cash for things. Gold needles is definitely not required. These are the ones that are worth a fair bit. Am I ever using the slow spell? I don't think anybody important is going to be hit by slow. Gonna get rid of those. Ethers are really good. Cockatrice's Claws can go out of that. Alright, so I got a one Hermes shoes. Still need second place prize pool at some point. But this much cash is looking like it is pretty healthy here. Got a silence spell. That is mute picked up. And pretty much everything else can just go into ethers. So what am I doing for levels at this point? 163 is the next one. The other thing I have to kind of look at is, when is my level up versus the wizard's going to be okay? That is going to be 2 wizards at a minimum. I can do a 3-wizard fight, but that would mean having a bigger level going into that battle. Let me see if I can actually get the exact number that I need. Alright, 2 wizards is 552 experience. Ashes are like 2,000. So, if we are anywhere close to being able to eat an Aster's level up, then I think wizards should be no problems here. The Aster's number, so I know what that is. Yeah, Aster's is 2,250. That was like level 20 something, I want to say, when we did the Red Mage playthrough. And the danger of having level ups in those fights is that you pretty much just have to take whatever results that you get. And unfortunately, that is often going to mean that you are kind of wasting that level up for the purposes of getting your intelligence and your HP gains up. Most of it for intelligence by that point. 3. Still going to the Zeus Gauntlet. It's going to be a little bit faster once we get to the mummy grind. So after Astos, I can kill the mummies in Northwest Castle, which is going to be on a trap tile. And it's not going to be as good as the grinds that the previous character classes have had, because mummies are going to have sleep touch. It's going to make a lot of fights just be resets really fast. But at least you're not going to be spending a ton of time farming out the enemies. It's going to be basically 5 seconds long for the battles. We either get harmed too often they all die, or we reset and try again. And it makes for a very, very quick cycle. Probably the biggest problem is just they have to probably get something funky for the level up randomization. Otherwise, you're going to get very similar results every time. We can do have those Zeus Gauntlets. A lot of other battles get so much nicer. All right, 49, so we cannot get that in a level. Take one more of these. We get more battle use items, so we have the fangs that we got from the puzzle. We're not going to get any more of those. The only place that those would appear would be in the bonus dungeons. Same thing with a lot of the other items that you see from the 15 puzzle. That is primarily things that were added to the game. Obviously, potions and antidotes and basic stuff is normally in the game. And there's a fixed number of things like the elixirs and so on. But the bulk of what is kind of interesting about the puzzle is going to be all stuff that is not available as drops. He's slightly talented. I do hope you enjoy our solo White Mage kicking off tonight. This one, like our previous couple of solo challenges, is going to be a multi-night challenge. But I'll feel pretty good if we have beaten the Lich by the end of night 1. Dan got a level, Dan got a strong MP gain, Dan got an intelligence point, agility, stamina. That's probably worth taking. Up to 21 intelligence. Our HP is definitely not as good as the Red Mage was by this point, but we are not going to have any problems hitting 999 by the end of the game. So it's mostly a matter of getting enough HP gains now that you are able to tank the damage that you need to for the boss battles. And with White Mage's big heals, you can go a lot longer than pretty much any other character class so far. 773 the next level up, so that means I could, in theory, just do wizards right now. It would be interesting. But then we would need a lot of level ups afterwards to be able to do Astos. So it is probably better to keep going with the plan of farming at the top of Marsh. Got a whole bunch of ethers I can use. And the idea is just we find the undead battles and go to town. The other idea is that by getting some level ups, it will hopefully make us a lot sturdier, so we don't have to do as many resets to get the wizards to work. They are probably doing... generously 120 around. So we would need to go before the wizards in round 2 to be able to have a chance of winning. If I can get my HP up a little bit, then I can pretty much win guaranteed regardless of what the wizards do. And this would be interesting to see what we actually have for harm damage. We're looking for the Shadow Fight, which we have a 90% chance of going first, as they have switched around the order of ambushes and first strikes, or the Zombie/Ghoul Fight. Either of those is all undead. First thing I want to know is, does harm 1 kill them with intelligence 20? Or do we have to have harm 2 at the beginning? Cost me more MP per cast. Come on. We do not need all these scums. I also don't need werewolves. You never see this stuff. Normally in the Marsh Cave. I guess werewolf would be pretty bad. That's a very dangerous encounter for this portion. But Scum's kind of free. All right, there we go. We got shadows. Let's try harm 1. Is this enough? Yes, it is. Okay, 270 for that one hit. That is 1/3 of our level up. And this is why it's going to be so much faster doing this than what we had previously with melee. I think ghouls might need harm too. $351. I might be able to do ghouls with harm 1. Could be really close. We'll find out. This is also kind of dangerous because Ghoul has stun touch. Alright, level up is strong HP gain, luck. Are we still okay with this? I am probably still okay for a little while. I cannot take too many more levels without an intelligence gain though. So I do have to keep an eye on that. It's also nicer to get the intelligence breakpoints a little bit sooner. Now, you would think that that fight would also be undead. However, while the Crawl kind of seems undead, they've got stun touch. They're only in formations with bones. Crawl is not officially an undead monster. So harm does not work. Alright, Bat, you're in my walking space. We're going to need to have a conversation about boundaries. And in specific, that you should be outside them. Hey, well, Tony, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. And here we are, solo White Mage playthrough. We farm XP on the others. Well, it's a solo playthrough, so we will not be farming XP on the others. They are going to stay dead the entire time. Are there any out-of-bounds bats in the GBA version of the game? Nope. That is probably the biggest downside when you think about all of the things that could have been. They could have had bats that were even farther out of bounds. Imagine what the technology possible now would allow for bat transcendence. You could have bats that were located in outer space. $444 for that, so we're at 202 to go. Next one is going to be a level up. If we had an out-of-bounds bat, this would be the definitive version of the game. Instead, this is merely pretty good. What I like about the GBA version is that it is way more accessible than the original. You do not have a lot of nostalgia for NES-era RPGs. Then you will probably appreciate all of the quality of life improvements and the rebalancing that these remakes have done. And for a while, GBA was still like relatively playable, but that is kind of past. Nintendo kept GBA compatibility for a very long period of time. Not only was the console around for many, many years and all the different GBA variants coming out, but then you had the GameCube, the Game Boy Player. You had the Nintendo DS that had GBA compatibility. Like, they went really far for extending the GBA out for close to 20 years. But we're at the point where it's now getting up on 20 years past that point, and so GBA games are no longer quite as straightforward for people to play. Which kind of makes the Pixel Master version as one of your few choices if you want to have easy access to sitting down and just grabbing the game without having to do a whole lot of rigmarole. What you gotta do sometimes. Alright, got the intelligence point. Taking that one. 1,000 for next level up. We want to see, what was it, 2250? That was for Astos. So a couple more level ups to go before Astos will not level us. MP versus spell slots. Yeah, spell slots are very tough for people to get into. That is definitely one of the things where you either pretty much had them when they were new, or you're just gonna hate them. Spell slots make a big, big challenge for kind of balancing between melee and magic characters. And that's just a hard divide when half of your character classes are incredibly challenging to play. So I can kind of understand why, after the switch to MP, like, there was very, very few people that went back to the old style system. Like, spell slots make a lot more sense when you have a very limited number of encounters per deck. And so you want to make the mages think strategically about how they're using their resources, but it's not like where you have in a game like this where there's dozens of encounters in like a single stretch. You would simply be not using those mages for a long period of time. Or at least not using their interesting abilities. Well, coming up on the next fight here. We want those endpoints. Would you like to not be paralyzed? Dan was paralyzed after waiting for every single one of those enemies to go, because Dan is very polite like that. Dan is not the type of rude adventurer who would just come out swinging away without giving his enemies very, very long notice that he was on the warpath here. All right, here we go. 28, so high HP. Did not get the int gain. I would still have 8 levels that I could skip the int gain and hit 99. Give me 17 and get up to 90. I think we're going to focus more on it now. So between every encounter in Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate as a series has had that a lot, where even when you are seemingly pressed, you are basically just resting all the time preemptively, because for a lot of the game, on those lower level adventures, you are one encounter away from death. Baldur's Gate 1 especially. Baldur's Gate 2 a little bit less so, because as a higher level party, you can be better prepared to soak up a couple of encounters worth of combat between a rest. But certainly Baldur's Gate 1 and 3, which are both more on the low level side, have that as kind of their hallmarks of just creeping along, taking one fight, resting, take a fight, rest. And so if you look at like the game calendars, it's really wild. That's why it's fun with like the speedruns to do playthroughs and see what the elapsed in-game time is. And you get these really funny results. Like when I was doing the Ultima 6 speedruns, you can finish the Ultima in a single in-game day, which was probably not meant to be possible. I'm pretty sure before speedruns, playing through an Ultima game is, finishing in hundreds of days at best. Alright, and going first there is new. Don't think we saw that before. Strong HP, agility, nope. Gonna give it a couple tries. It seems like strong HP might be guaranteed. We've had it twice here so far. It's not a guarantee that it's guaranteed, but you're hoping it is so that you can get int and strong HP at the same time. Several years in Eye of the Beholder. Would not be surprising for a lot of those. I gotta go back to post Final Fantasy speedruns. It depends on if I've got time for it. I've been doing speedruns offline, which is a lot more time efficient for me. I just don't have the hours right now to be able to do the speedrunning while on stream. But we will see if that changes at some point. Alright, seeing a lot of scums there. I like running away and continuing if possible, because that would give me different RNG values. Every time I do a soft reset back to this particular point, it is more likely that I'm going to get some of the same zombie ghoul fights that we've already seen. Scum's not worth fighting. It would probably take me 10 or 15 minutes to fight the scums. I would do 1 damage a hit. And they don't have a lot of hit points, but that still is a long time. The poisonous party mix is here, and it's perfect. That's pretty rare. Spider, arachnid, scum, and muck. It's just the all-around best bagel flavor. Alright, there's a shadow fight. Certainly have not had this part of the encounter for the RNG before. So let's see what we get. Strong HP gain, and nothing else. I'm convinced the strong HP is guaranteed. So So we have a 1 in 8 chance of getting our intelligence point. Hopefully the bat flapping has RNG in it. Give me some different numbers here. The numbers were not favorable. Try the left side of that. Maybe the left side's the better side. We need to do this for science. Which side of the bat gives you more intelligence points? That side gives you a strength point. So I don't think helps. Guess the good news is because it's a strong HP level guaranteed, I could bail at any point and at least take a strong HP gain. It definitely would not be ideal, but I could do it. I better run away. More scums. There's the 3 shadow fight again. For 6. I'm pretty certain we saw that exact combination before. So I kind of recognize that sequence of a couple of scums and then the 3 shadows. So it feels like that is giving me the same results. We've had this one a couple times, and it's not the same one every time, but we have yet to have one of these that had a good outcome. 24-6 agility. The 24-6 there last time. Let's say we had a different number the last time we did the first attack. There's the first attack one, and then there's 2 different variations where I have didn't get paralyzed, which is useless. 28-6 strength. Okay, I'm pretty certain we've seen that one. Shadows are at least probably the easiest to take extra rounds on. I can't really do that on the zombie ghoul because then we'll get paralyzed almost for certain. But if I need to do some more randomization, it's either that or doing a scum fight for an extra turn or 2. Right, let's try that. We're gonna take a new save. That'll get more variations on our RNG from this point on. That's the one we've seen before. So it is still not new. This is something I can't really effectively do when we're getting our late game grind done. Because here I can actually take encounters that are not part of the grind sequence and do interesting things to advance the RNG state. Hopefully let's scramble things up enough to get some things we have not seen before. Regals, I think, is new. I believe it's always been 4 for these. It doesn't matter because that's paralysis. But it's new paralysis. I'll pretty much give this up to 240 on the clock. If you look at the fallback of the strong HP gain, I will take that if we can't get it the next 5 minutes. This is one thing I learned with the Red Mage is that if it's just not happening for level ups, then it's not worth trying to force out every single one. I've got a little bit of buffer. And I'd rather use that up than use up all my time. For 6 stamina. So the 24-6 stamina, we've had 28-5 strength, I believe is the other one. And then there's 24-6 with no stat gains. If I don't get the endpoint, stamina would at least be probably the second best thing to have. Right, new random numbers. Or these should be completely fresh now. White Mage brutal for this. White Mage is very challenging at the start, but I think White Mage is going to be very, very fun at the end. 25-6 agility. Okay, that is new. Different result, at least. But the uses are not very great. They may contain artificial flavors and caloric. 24-18, this is definitely new. Strength, stamina. Strong MP gain. Alright, so we're in a very new range now. It looks like it's pretty effective doing like the one hit. Mixing things up a bit and trying again for that. I feel like every 2 or 3 that we get unsuccessfully, be worthwhile to give that a go. And that one we cannot definitely do a thing about. All right, 90 seconds. I could max it out, but I don't have to. That's what we have to remember. We don't have to max all of these out. Alright, Shadow Ambush is new. We definitely have not seen this. (26-6) strength. It was new, but not helpful. I got like 1 or 2 more shots at it. After 2 fight, I'll take whatever the first goodish one is. We'll be less picky. Okay, I've seen that one before. Here. Our friends, okay, our friends are very, very tired. They're taking naps. They've had a long day. All right, we're taking a level up. Next good one that we see, I'm going to grab it. We probably have a couple more levels to go before we are ready to soak up an astro's worth of experience. We definitely want to get spend too long here. Two zombies, 4 ghouls. Here's been 3 zombies, so this is a new. That's not new. Dan getting paralyzed in the very last attack is definitely not new. Somehow. It's exactly what we all expected. Definitely have not been in the RNG state here. All right, this time. We are definitely getting that intelligence point. Here we go. Strong HP, MP, agility. We're taking it. All right, level 15, we're going to try again. 1080. That's not what I want. About 3 encounters for a level up. Which, if we didn't care about the stack gains, you can burn up level 99 really, really fast. I think that is one of the things that has definitely been discovered as part of the solo challenges, just how easy it is to max out your levels. So things like getting max HP, max MP, generally not a big deal. And it's usually one specific stat for each character that they care about. Actually close. Next level should do it. Hopefully this level has a guaranteed intelligence point. And strong HP, but definitely intelligence is big here. We're going with strong MP, stamina. None of the above. Taco Bowl 8. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 59 months. So I hope you've been having a wonderful time and enjoy our solo White Mage playthrough. Currently trying to become a little bit smarter. Well, even a 2 shadow fights to get me the level up. Does intelligence make spells from items strong in the version? Yes. Anything that is a spell, which has a variable effect, is affected by your intelligence score. Stamina luck? Nope. And in particular, for a lot of attack spells, it is going to be every 10 points of intelligence has a big multiplier. So you will have basically no change for a while. For that 10th point, suddenly you have a big jump. This is why intelligence is really important right now. We just got the 20 multiplier. That's how I can kill a lot of these current enemies with 1 harm 1 spell. And we could probably one-shot the mummies with harm 2, but I would like to be bumping that multiplier up to 30 or 40 by the time that we are doing Lich. So we got a ways to go on it. always the second or the fourth ghoul sometimes. Those are the rudest. Go ahead and get some new random numbers. Let's see if we can get something good out of these levels. We can beat non-undead enemies very, very slowly. We can become extremely resilient to physical attacks and then just hit them for 1 damage per turn over and over and over again. Takes a long time. Which is why I want to have enough HP to survive long enough to get my physical defenses buffed. Like on the wizard fight, I probably need about 240 health before we're able to be pretty safe from their attacks. Might be different because I got an item that lets me cast a limited number of black magic spells. But those are going to be very, very situational. I have 2 fights coming up where I can use that. One on the wizards here in the Marsh Cave, one on Astos, which otherwise that's going to be a couple hours worth of hammers. But later on, there are items in the game that you can find that cast black magic spells an unlimited number of times, and at that point it becomes a lot easier. Where are the undead at? They were so good a while ago. Now all the shadows are gone. The zombies are sleeping. The scum have come out to play. Okay, this one has a chance. Let's see an intelligence point. Agility, stamina, luck, nope. Not what we need. That was definitely new though. But it's been a while since we got an intelligence point game. Yeah, that is kind of concerning. I was imagining that White Mage would have so many more guaranteed in points than the Red Mage that it would be just simply trivial to get this. But it's clearly a lot fewer guaranteed ones than I thought. 18 stamina? Nope. Like, I would probably guess that the difference between a White Mage and a Red Mage would be something like 20 intelligence by the end of the game, and an even bigger gap for Black Mage. But I think what that means is that Red Mage might have a guaranteed point like every 6 levels, and a White Mage every 3 levels. It's noticeable, but it's not nearly the amount that I need to get to a very, very high amount. Yeah, the point, thank you for the good wishes there. We are trying our best. And hopefully get some good level ups. The hit cycles the RNG by 1. Yeah, sometimes you'll get some nice stat levels overall. Like, you tend to only have like 1, maybe 2 things guaranteed. Sometimes you got nothing guaranteed. And you just got to take whatever you get for the 1 in 8 chances. So if you ever see, 3, 4 things going up, you had a pretty unlikely combination of rolls. Unfortunately, if it's not the intelligence score going up, it's just not nearly as good for the White Mage. Or 16 stamina. paralysis, just a game over pretty much. Anything that has a lot of attacks per round that can apply it is probably going to keep you stun locked for as long as it takes to die. Those ghouls have 3 attacks per round each, so there's 4 of them on the screen. That's 12 chances of stun per round. Your odds of snapping out of it and then running before getting a re-stun are pretty low. But if it's like a 1 enemy, 1 attack situation, like, you might wait it out. It's a 1 in 4 chance, roughly, of snapping out of the paralysis. It's not a particularly good chance, but if you have gone a ways since your last save, you might do it. On the NAS version where you can't save in dungeons, then it's really important that you give it a good effort. Otherwise, you might be missing out on a potential successful trip. But here, where you probably saved 30 seconds ago, it's rarely worth the effort. All right, 24-17 stamina. So we got a strong HP gain. Do I take that? I guess so. We gave it the 5 minutes. I feel better our intelligence score is slipping slowly down. We're still able to max out. And I probably don't even need to come close to maxing out to be relatively successful. But it would be kind of nice. I'm guessing that with 90 intelligence, it would be something like 500 healing on a Cure 3. And that's a very, very good number for keeping out of chaos. With 50 intelligence on the Red Mage, we're doing 360. Which is okay, but it definitely was challenging sometimes, and it needed to use a bunch of elixirs to be able to finish those fights. Mage is just not a smart. I mean, this mage is Dan. And not smart is Dan's middle name. So it kind of fits. $760. At least 2 fights to go. That is not as fancy. That is a problem, too. If we had a better hat, I imagine this White Mage would be probably beating Chaos right now. Everything else going so well for it. You might not have the really good attack spells, but you don't need good attack spells. If you have a nice enough hat and a power glove. Poisonous party mix next. I feel like we have seen this exact sequence of encounters. Probably like 20 minutes ago. Okay, at least it's a different group. About 400 away. A big pack of those. I think if we had all 4 of the ghouls show up, that would be enough to push us over. I don't think any of the shadow packs is enough to push us over. So we probably effectively need 2 more fights, at least, to be in leveling range. Moving up to this next level. Maybe breaking things up a bit by going to kill some wizards. I wouldn't be ready for Astus at that point, but we should have really no problem with wizards with close to 300 HP. Or at least that's my hope. Okay, we tried the left side of the bat. Left side of the bat was a mistake. We want the south of the bat. This is where all the intelligence points are. Green slimes are doing... Yeah, green slimes are not really meant to be fought in here. They're not worth very much. And they're very, very hard to kill unless you've got lightning spells. I think specifically is what they are not resistant to. There's the perfect poisonous party mix again. Not only that, but it's a perfect poisonous party mix preemptive. And that is the best kind. And this with one protect up first. Let's just waste one turn. So you're gonna see different RNG. Don't think we actually tried the 0-1 yet. So I might go back and do that the next time we see 3 shadows. But we won't need to because we're gonna get the intelligence point right here. 4-6 luck. We did not get the intelligence point, and it's not a strong HP gain. This one we actually have to work for a bit. Good luck. No guaranteed gains on this level up that we care about. So now it's down to the 1-8s. I guess we'll just take whichever one we get first. Hopefully it's intelligence. Been a while. 4-16 strength. Intelligence! We got it. There's a level up done that we actually can call successful. Alright, so 23 now. 1337 is pretty neat for our XP to go. We're going down. Down to the wizards. These have all those fangs that we spend so much time with the puzzle harvesting. It'll be worth it. So I'm going to grab some stuff that we can sell for cash later on. I'm going to need to probably stock up on ethers again before getting ready for Astos. Most of the stuff we cannot use, but it is worth a lot to sell. Alright, 2 wizards. Got 2 wizards. I could just go for the fangs. In fact, let's try that first. See if we can simply win without getting the protects up. So ooze its scum for the green ones. That should do it. Alright, wizard's down. The rest of the fangs we're going to use on Astos. That's going to save us so much time. Yeah, it's a very easy fight if you spend 45 minutes playing the 15 puzzle to prepare for it. And you also get only 2 wizards. 3 or 4 and we probably couldn't do that. You would need much more HP to pull it off. Welcome in, Kinghorn. I hope you enjoy our solo White Mage playthrough here. We are in the very painful leveling portion of the game. We need a lot of intelligence points. Nice blue. Welcome in. Thank you much for the raid there. Certainly hope you're having a good night. And for everyone coming in, hope you enjoyed watching Ice Blue Night. And enjoy some of our Final Fantasy solo White Mage playthrough. This one's going to be a couple nights. Night number 1, we are mainly working on getting through Lich. Got the crowd out of Marsh Cave here. We got a ways to go for Astos. sit back, relax, and watch Dan at work. Clemson 2, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Oh, nice. Dragon Quest 1 has a lot of additional content, so I imagine that the speedrun routing for the remakes is going to be a fair bit of work over the upcoming weeks. Short sword to sell as well. I played the remakes. I particularly like Dragon Quest 3. I feel like that one is very well done because of how fleshed out the game already is. They're not having to add a whole lot of new stuff to it to make the game really pop. Dragon Quest 1 and 2, especially as you go further back in time, the games are pretty bare bones. And so it's more and more new stuff as opposed to the original. And a large part of what I want these remakes for is just to have better ways of playing the original experience. Aside from that, my other only real complaint is that they charge way too much money for these remakes. It's probably not as bad for the Dragon Quest games, just because they are putting more work into them, but like the Final Fantasy Pixar Masters were kind of excessive for pretty much doing one set of game engines and things that's shared between all of them. Well, that is a completely different topic. Alright, still getting paralyzed by those guys. Wait for all 6 to be under 20 bucks. It'll probably happen someday. This takes a long time for the discounts to eventually trickle down there. But pretty much what they have is kind of like most of their games, most of the year, are at really ridiculous prices, and then whenever the annual sales events happen, whether it's like Steam sales or things, then for 1 week you can buy them at a reasonable price. So really just don't buy them except for the 1 week. Am I planning any Christmas or New Year's Eve challenge runs? I am thinking about whether I can do a 4 White Mage challenge for one of these. I want to see what my schedule's like. I currently have tentatively up that I will be streaming Christmas Eve. I don't know 100% that's going to be the case. As I get closer, I'll be better informed about it. But that would be the most likely challenge run for it, is 4 images. Hey, Chuck Ultra, we have beaten the Wizards. That was our plan. Victory. Astos is our next challenger. I need to get enough experience that I am not going to level up at Astos. That's like 2,300 next level. It's, I think, somewhere around level 20 or so. I have some fangs left over, so we could, in theory, get a lot of Astos done without a ton of work, and then we're just going to sit there with the hammers for many, many, many rounds. All right, first try at 24, 16, strength, agility. We did not get an intelligence point. We're gonna try again. Strong HP, strong MP, strength, agility. That's a very good level up, but we need the intelligence. Dan is not as smart as we hoped. 24, 17, agility, intelligence. There we go. We got it all. That was a solid one. 1800, so we still are pretty comfortably away from eating an Astos. We are certainly getting better. Yeah, the reason why we don't want to level up on Astos is because we just have to take whatever stat gains we got, and we're trying to get without spending too much time on each individual level up. Good enough stats that I'm going to feel like we have a really strong performance in the final areas of the game. So what I'm hoping to see for this White Mage is nearly maxed out intelligence. Because even with just the strong HP gains that we've gotten so far, I think we're pretty likely to be able to coast to 999 HP. And if we have good intelligence gains, because intelligence is going to improve the number of MP points that you get per level up, we should also hit 999 MP. That one didn't seem like I had to do like any real work on the Red Mage. So White Mage, in theory, should be the same. HP, I did some work on the Red Mage, maybe too much, because we maxed out HP like level 60. And intelligence on Red Mage, even with a lot of work, I got up to 50. And that is pretty far away from where I want to be. I have heard rumors, but I don't know if this is true, that for healing spells, every point of intelligence counts. You really get to 99. For attack spells, I know it's every 10 points counts, so 90 is the best multiplier. And I'd probably be okay if we got a 90. If we got an 80, I think we'd be fine. But more is better. 735 to go. 2 fights left, at least. Hey, Techno Hornist. Certainly enjoy the White Mage leveling experience here. This is the fastest spot I could think of, because you do not have a lot of undead fights early on, which is the one thing White Mage can do quickly. Red Mage, you got swords, you got reasonable attack spells. Black Mage is going to be all attack spells. Fighter, Black Bolt can just pound things. They don't really need stat gains as well. They're easy enough to play without them. And I don't know what we're doing for the Thief, but it's probably going to be unpleasant. Thief's going to need some really optimized 15 puzzling to get enough items to kill Astos. I don't think we're going to be surviving that long in the battle. But at least we get those items, unlike the PlayStation version where you have to kill Astos with a scimitar. It is real bad. Alright, so first try to level up here. Hoping for intelligence points. Let's see what we got. Number 1 is 4, 7, agility, intelligence. Look at that, we got a stick. I'm taking it. Level 18 done. 18 to level up. That is getting pretty close to the Astos number. I believe this is also how the Red Mage went, which was basically 20 agonizing minutes on a level up. And then sometimes first try. And we got enough first tries that it ended up not being that bad. But every time you hit one of those 20-minute levels, it's real bad. Well, I want to try not to use as many of my buffer points as possible so that if we're just not working out, you know, we've been trying the level for 15 to 20 minutes, just move on to the next one. Hope for better luck there. Because, well, it's in theory always 1 in 8. At least with the next level up, you know that you're definitely going to get fresh RNG for a bunch of new encounters. $1,400. We technically do not have to hang out at the bottom anymore. We have proven that there have over the location of this dungeon, the highest chance of getting intelligence points in the south. I don't know if anyone has ever explored that in depth before, but now we know. This is the smartest part of the Marsh Cave. Now we're getting pretty close. 827. Probably 3 bites left. 2 really big ones would do it. But more typically, it's going to be third fight will be the prize. They're like getting uncomfortably close. Go back to our hiding spot. And then after we beat Astos, we can basically do this with mummies, except instead of walking around for 15 seconds between fights, we'll get mummies instantly every time. So it's going to be a lot faster for cycling through things. There'll also be more experience with battle, which is going to be important by that point. Like when I first came here, it was basically one fight at the level up. And now we're looking at a couple fights to level up, but that's soon going to turn into more fights than you want to. Unfortunate crawl ambush. I like to avoid those. These ones have been kind of okay. I don't think I've been poisoned by the scum yet, which is extremely improbable. I don't know what's going on with that. They normally poison you quite often. That's potentially one of the side effects of just having very small pools of RNG to work with. And we just happen to be getting lucky. Does intelligence help with magic defense? I don't think it does, and if it did, our intelligence is still very low. So I wouldn't expect to see any tangible improvement yet. Late game, we might see a different story, but late game, you're going to have the ribbon, so it's probably pretty tough to notice. With the ribbon, you really only have to worry about the non-elemental effects. And because we don't know what our base chances are like, it's hard to say how much difference intelligence is making on top of that. All right, first try. Get the endpoint. For 18 strengths, damn it, a no endpoint. So strong MP, strength, and stamina. That's our first offer. So this is different because there's only 3 of them. 4, 18 strength, agility, stamina. It's better, but it's still not intelligence. Hey, Darkside Mystic, welcome in. And thank you very much for the good wishes there. Really hope you enjoy our solo White Mage. Currently working on leveling. We are getting relatively close level that we can actually fight Astos at. That'll be very, very nice. We actually did not get paralyzed by a crawl. That is also very unexpected. 13 hits and did not get paralyzed. I mean, Dan is definitely broken. But this is the first time I've seen him broken in a good way. Of course, you get paralyzed on the thing that we actually need the experience on. It's fine, though. 13 in a row is just a lot. If we're that good at avoiding the status attacks, I guess I can see why we're not getting poisoned on all these other hits. Also seems like Dan's got really good evasion. We dodge a lot, and I know we're not really weighing Dan down with much armor, but still kind of surprising to see at this point. All right, here we go. Here's the intelligence point. Make it happen. 25 strong HP gain, 18 strength, stamina. We did not get the intelligence point. Do I take it with the strong HP gain? No, we do not. We're not giving up yet. It was a really good level, though. That's a level that a fighter would be proud of. Maybe a Red Mage. Red Mage would be very okay with that. But Dan has higher standards. I got paralyzed. Two shadows. This is new. And it's not even enough experience. Well, I'm pretty certain that we got level up with 3 shadows before, which means we are guaranteed on anything to level up. If we see 2 shadows again, we can take advantage of that. We also have brand new RNG for everything else. So all this we have not seen before any of the fights. Quad Ghoul. Going to be 4, 18 strength, intelligence, stamina. Yes, there we go. Levels done. 1981, so we got to do another level before we are ready for Astos, but we are getting really close. I think it was either 20 or 21 for a Red Mage. We either have 1 or 2 levels left. long way to go for this next one. So we're up to like 6 or 7 battles for the level up. We're gonna take every single one we can. As we go through this, another nice side effect is that we'll start getting a lot faster, which in this version of the game impacts both running away, which is pretty important, and also turn order. And as a result, we can just kind of like go first in most fights. Got 4,000. Hey, Squeegee can use Cure 4 as a White Mage. No, you have to be class changed. Best single target healing spell is going to be Cure 3. The surprising one is that you can use Heal 3, but for a solo character that is not very helpful. It is mainly a neat fact for non-class change parties. For Dan though, Cure 3 is going to be the workhorse, and that is a big factor in how these intelligence points are being kind of planned out. Red Mage got around 360 healing, and Red Mage was like around 50-something intelligence. I think it was like 52 or 53. And I think 360 is a little bit low. Not by a lot, but a little bit. And ideally, I would want to have, you know, more like, well, 99. But 90 would be really, really nice. That'd be probably about 500 healing. And if we've got that, then 500 means I pretty much don't really need a whole bunch of elixirs and mega elixirs. That would be saving quite a lot of time on the back end for not having to grind those out. This is on top of the fact that, given the way it says absolutely no melee capabilities without using a ton of power gloves, you're going to want to have intelligence to actually kill things. All right, 27-7 stamina luck. Strong HP, stamina luck. Decent level. But not good enough. Even at 330 here, I'm starting to feel like we are probably doing pretty okay for maxing out White Mage or maxing out White Mage hit points. White Mage should have a better guaranteed HP gain in places than the Red Mage did. Red Mage took a little while longer to get HP to get to a good place, and still pretty easily cruised to 999. If we're pretty good at letting the White Mage kind of do their own thing here. Feel really good about White Mage MP situation. Strength we don't really care about. Agility we don't really care about. Stamina, I think we're probably going to be fine. The defensive gains are nice, but not required. Luck we're probably going to be fine, and intelligence, that's the one we're going to have to really work on here. So initially I was taking a strong HP gain or intelligence point, whichever happened first. And now it's more picky towards, yeah, we really want that intelligence. What if that is draining Dan's intelligence? Is that a risk that we are willing to take? Maybe this. All right, Dan's going to snap out of this paralysis. Kill all of these enemies and get not just 1, but 2 intelligence points. Dan had an accident. By not soft resetting, I think I get different RNG than by soft resetting and loading again. So I'm going to try that here. See what helps. Come on, intelligence point. 29, this is new. 7, luck. Nope. Not good enough luck. 29's pretty big though. That's got to be like the max end of a strong HP roll. Plus, I think we might have gotten enough stamina to get to the next little break point for our HP gain. Every 4 points of stamina, you get 1 point of HP for every level. 29, 7 luck. Or you can get the same fight right there. Maybe dying and going back to the menu does give you the same RNG as soft resetting. I didn't think it did. But I am starting to have my suspicions. Fools. Can we not get paralyzed? Oh, we can get paralyzed. We can totally get paralyzed. It's always that second goal. Number 2 and number 4 that cause all the problems. Fewer zombies. Well, number 2 is cool. Here we go. Level up. 25, 17, strength, intelligence, and luck. That's a really good level up. And 23, 15. That's very close to Astos. What is the exact number? 2250. Okay, so we can barely squeeze this in. But barely. Does work. Why does that still have like 100 bonus experience or something? Just to mess this up. I think we would have had a little bit more wiggle room, but that fight that got the level up was on the high end for experience, and we were very, very close to level before. So we lost a couple hundred experience towards the next level as a result. At this point, if we could beat Astos, I would say it would be worth it. I've got the mute spell ready to go. All right, that looks good. All right, this is where all the fang farming went. And here's where Astos goes down. Don't get robbed. Good start. Now we need to get him muted. Try that again. All right, now we need to get protections up. There's probably 5 or so to get Astos pretty much doing 1 damage, maybe 6. Mute lasts for the whole fight. Yep. Mute never wears off. Let's be safe. We're going to be healing up here. And so you have a couple ways of doing this. The easy way, which is slightly time-consuming, would be to hit Astos with a hammer 336 times. Instead, I spent like an hour and a half farming for the 15 puzzles so I could do this. Now that is Astos down. Exact number of fangs required. Alright. Good stretch here. Alright, so now what we gotta do is get this quest out of the way. I've got probably 65 experience. 65 to the next level, which is not very much experience. Gonna be farming this out whenever we get the opportunity. And now I need to start thinking about what is required to beat Lich. I'm going to have harm 3, which is a good amount of damage. But survival is kind of the big question. Hours and 40 minutes. Well, yeah, it's about an hour and a half of 15 puzzle and about an hour and 10 minutes of leveling in the Marsh Cave, so that sounds about right. Pretty much had to do the Marsh Cave leveling regardless, unless you want to burn level up, or potentially multiple, because you can kill Astos early enough that you can earn more than 1 level up for the fight. Gonna grab Cure 2 while I'm here. See, but if that will, why not do it? And at this point, I probably never need Cure 1 ever again. Also, we will compare 2 hours and 40 minutes with the time that the thief has on Astos. And I can assure you, it will not be favorable. Talk about some of the YouTube videos that are going up in the next couple weeks. The one next week is the second half of the No Fighting Challenge, but after that, it is probably going to be the PlayStation Solo Thief Challenge. And that one was like 20 hours to beat Astos. Not like preparation-wise, just the Astos fight was 20 hours long. He lost a crystal. That's a good thing that helpful people like Dan are here to save the day. I'm gonna take all your stuff. Admittedly, it's not very good stuff. In this version of the game, it's actually not even worth the time to open up those boxes because it's faster to just buy potions than to open up chests. Each dialogue box takes a little time. On NES, you can kind of break even because it's a couple seconds to buy a potion and a couple seconds to open the box. But either way, it's pretty sad. Oh, you know what we have not done for a while? We have not done any imps. We could do that for the level up. It's 10 imps worth of experience. Technically 11. It's a very small number. It'll be good to be back. It's gonna be even better because we're gonna have the silver hammer picked up after this. It is the second best weapon in the game after the mastery for the White Mage. Ours. Okay, this stuff we're just going to grab and sell off. We need the cash to be able to buy my spells at the town of Melmond upcoming. And the good news is I'll be able to do a very substantial mummy grind for money in between. It'll be what the bulk of our levels going up to Lich are going to be. We probably should be totally okay at that point. The bad news is it might involve going to the town of Melmond more than once. Storyteller team, man. It is the sad truth. Other character classes are pretty bad too. Black Mage goes from Silver Knife to the Masbune. The Thief goes from the Rune Sword to the Masbune. Basically, all three character classes get their second best weapon right in this stretch. Silver Hammers in Elf Castle, Silver Knife's right here in Canary Castle, and the Rune Sword is in the Temple of Fiends, which we'll be going to momentarily. Right after getting this level up done. Maybe I should just wait for mummies. Yeah, we'll do one of these with imps. Main thing is once we get to the mummies, it's going to just be one shot to clear the screen off. I don't have to do a whole round of this. But look at how adorable that hammer is. It's so blue. 35 to go. 6 imps. That's 2 fights no matter what size we get, whether it's 3, 4, or 5. Blame the town of Melmond for it. I am pretty certain that Melmond was jealous of how good the Silver Sword was at Elfland, which is why that got removed in these remakes. It's the only explanation that makes sense. The Thor Hammer uses the run. Thor Hammer cannot be equipped by a White Mage. That requires class change. The really good news is that because the Power Glove works, it doesn't matter what your weapon is. It is a lot nicer for those character classes that have better weapons early, but a couple of Power Gloves and you'll be just fine. They're going to be just fine on this level up here. 28, 18, Strength, no Intelligence point, try again. Storyteller team, thank you for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. We will soon need a lot of relief from the town of Melmond. And with your support, we will hopefully be able to burn that town to the ground. It was an okay level. Strong HP, strong MP, 2 stats. We didn't have the hard requirement for intelligence. That would have been one to take. This one, 27, 17, strength, no luck points. So strong HP, strong MP, and strength again. Hey, Matty Ice 316, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. With a solo White Mage challenge. We'll hopefully get to Lich tonight. Got a lot of leveling left to go once we get everything kind of sorted out here. Then we're going to go over to Northwest Castle for some mummy grinding. Let's see, 419. So strong HP is not guaranteed. We have strong MP is the only one that we've seen every time. Dan solo a blue dragon. Dan has the capability solo chaos. It is going to be a lot of hammers. Many painful hammers. All right, 418, not even a strength point. Wow. That's probably the saddest one. I've already seen a couple variations. I might cycle the RNG here. All right, 1 hit, 2 hits. I'll take that and get some new RNG values. This is the nice thing about doing this not in the ice cave for that trap tile fight, or the one ways that we'll have upcoming is that we can take outside encounters. Mix things up a bit. I guess mummies you can do because you can run away from them. But it's going to be pretty tough for that ice cave. All right, 24, 17, intelligence, stamina. That is a super good level up. Next one to go, 3,000. Okay, that's 10x health. Yeah, 10x. It's 2,000 up to 20,000. They realized how much easier the game was. And even with the 10x buff, Chaos is still a fair bit easier in this remake than in the original was. Plus the fact that in the original, every try at Chaos meant a 30-minute walk through Temple of Fiends, whereas here you can save right before the fight. So it's a lot less stress. That's right. Prior to this, it was double like the other bosses. Being 10x is new for this version. There's the Rune Sword. That's the last of the 3 weapons that these character classes in the more challenging half could use for the entire game. And it's kind of weird that they're all right here. Just in like a very small, like 1 minute stretch between Astos and the next chunk of the game. And that is the last weapon that you ever get. Into the Masmume. Looking good for the Dancer. I feel like they'll be very effective against these things since you have multiple attacks per round. So it is, instead of 8 damage reduction, 24. Now we're good to go. And now we got the Wear Sword as well. These are just going to be sold for a bunch of money. I would like to turn that money into silver bracelets. And spells. 5th tier, you've got Cure 3 and Harm 3 coming up, which are going to be, well, basically the upgrades of the things that we've been using non-stop. Right, these are pretty much all the spells the White Mage cares about. Kind of sad, though. But the Red Mage had a very sparse spell inventory, and it's just going to be way worse here. I think at the end of the game, I might be deleting all but like 2 or 3 spells. You got Cure 3, probably keep Harm 3 around, even though with the Mage Staff you got Fire 2s, which are almost as good. And then either Protect or Protect. I don't know which one it's going to be. And that's basically it. On here. Let me go ahead and get some things cleaned up. The other thing I kind of want right now is the big stack of ethers over at Provoca. Make sure we've got plenty of those for our mummy grind. Things that can sell. Staff's out of here. All the stuff we picked up's out of here. I'll have another pile of things once we get over to Dwarf Cave. This is just the preliminary pick. I probably should sell the cottages as well, but they are kind of nice. Yeah, let's get rid of them. I can always buy them back later. Phoenix Down we do not need. Yeah, that looks good. Regular potions I probably don't need, but whatever. Okay, so White Magic. We are now done with the Cure 1 spell. We're going to just Cure 2 whenever we need to. Let's re-put Blink on here. This is the root spell, and this is only going to last until we have access to the defense sword, which is after we get the airship. That one's a very temporary rental. And I said I was going to Baroka, and I did not go to Baroka. Fine, we'll get the dwarf items first. Just doing this the hard way. We get our next adorable cutscene. It has been a while since we've had a cutscene. But this one does let me murder some dwarves. There are advantages to this version for white mages. Compared to the PlayStation version, which would also have the power glove, which makes chaos a lot easier. This version gives you access to the 15 puzzle items for getting fangs. So we used those rewards to kill the Marsh Cave Wizards and Astos in way less time overall. Aside from that, not a lot of other improvements for PlayStation. Compared to NES, you've got the Power Glove, so you have a viable attack strategy that means I don't have to manipulate out all the strike points. That saves a lot of time. Like NES, you are trying to get nearly perfect stats for every single level. In the best of cases, that's like a 1 in 16. Sometimes you're doing 1 in 64s. It's really, really painful. In this one, I'm taking 1 in 8s for my level ups. So I'm doing manipulations, but less aggressive ones usually. That makes it a lot faster for leveling. And of course, compared to NES, the ability to save anywhere is just an amazing improvement. Compared to PSP, well, PSP, you can give yourself an item that casts the nuke spell in the first town. So it's really hard to beat that. I got a class change this run. Nope. It's a white mage, not a white wizard. Well, that means we gotta do things the hard way. I'll still go to Ordeals, just because the Zeus Gauntlet there is a really good item for me. That is the only attack item that I can get prior to having the airship. So it makes going through Ice Cave a little bit nicer. It's gonna make grinding on the eye a lot nicer. You get a gold bracelet there, which is pretty good. But you do not actually pick up the rat tail, as it will not be required. Fine. I think we're all set here. Yeah, the secret to getting the nuke item in the first town is to equip your pants. It is a strategy that people should employ more often. And it basically turns them into interesting things. You can also turn other items into useful things at the start. The nuke staff is actually from the cap that you get in Temple of Fiends. That turns into the nuke staff there, and You can make the steel armor out of a weapon that you can get at the weapon store, so that becomes really easy to have steel armor on your fighters at the beginning. And it just goes downhill from there. Put that on. Do I grab a spell here while we are thinking about it? So 4,000, yeah, we can start getting our spells. So harm 3 probably gonna get used a fair bit over this next stretch. I won't need it versus the mummies, but it will be very, very good to have for fighting Lich and Vampire. Yeah, that's the key thing about the steel armor, is that it is not the real steel armor. It is fraudulent, which makes it twice as good. One Marsh Cave. Hopefully we will never see you again. Hopefully we are all set to go fight the wonderful mummies of Northwest Castle. 3, 4, 5 mummies. Maybe 2. 2, 3, 4, 5 sounds right. It is some number of mummies. And the nice thing is it's going to be a trap tile so that you get the mummified every single time. You can also get images, which are kind of bad. But if I need to have different RNG for the actual level itself, that could be one way of at least trying some different scenarios. So I feel like this is going to be probably pretty productive. It's going to get the levels faster, or at least the raw experience. And then when you're recycling things, because you're not doing a bunch of walking in between the fights, it is jump into the battle, see if you get a level up, reset a couple times, and if you don't get it after a couple times, then scramble the RNG and try again. My hope is it takes the levels down from the 10-15 minutes that we were averaging in Marsh Cave and making it more like 5. Anything cool in the Pixar Master vs. Fantasy one? I know there's a bunch of stuff that was in the initial release. I don't know how much of it is still there because people found it uninteresting for speedruns, so they basically decided to not use it. But there's definitely some broken stuff. Square Enix does not really care about speedrunning, so they will very happily patch stuff and do balance changes and things. But it is also possible that it's just been completely patched out. Let's try the regular harm here first. See if we need harm 2 or not. If I don't need harm 2, I can save a bunch of MP. Okay, probably need harm 2. For now. Next, intelligence breakpoint might change that. Okay, 900, this is like 3 times that we're getting before. We need 2 more of those to get the next level up. And this is basically our life for a bit. I guess I suppose you did the Pixar Master glitch when it was still a fresh thing. Like, I don't know if it's still in the game, but there was a way that you essentially confused it about what the next encounter was going to be. And so you'd store an encounter up And then you go fight Chaos, and Chaos just temps. All right, 24-8. Intelligence, okay, there's a good one. Strong HP and intelligence. I think we'll skip the ambush. Okay, so it is patched out. That one I figured would be maybe noticeable enough that somebody could accidentally do it. Those I can kind of understand. But for example, I know that the people that were doing a lot of speedruns of the HD version of Dragon Quest III, many of the strategies got patched out over the first couple of releases, and so the speedrun kind of kept changing, and then because it keeps getting patched, people lose interest for a bit. So I imagine that some of those are going to be coming back once it is more stable. Like they'll probably keep patching it for 2 or 3 years, and then they'll stop. $1,500, so we are 627 away. We can try for the level here. Look at how much better this was. Thinking back at the Mars Cave. So good. Okay, 420 agility, luck, no intelligence points. Try again. Yeah, they made it so that status elements were both harder to do, and then as you did the fight, they got increasingly hard. So if they hit an enemy with a status element once, it would be more difficult to do it the next time, which really made the boss fights that were more than like a single round be very, very painful. Right, 419 agility, stamina, luck. That is different, but not what we need. Kind of waiting for the first Dragon Quest 1 and 2 patches to do similar things. So I expect to see those runs change quite a lot over the next few months. All right, 420 strength, agility, luck. I mean, these are interesting, but no. Don't think that's what we want. Yeah, there is a new route for Dragon Quest III. It's a bit longer than the old one. Now, this is not the first time that they've made these major shits. Like, the initial one before Persecutor was doing monster wrangling. So you had at least, like, 3 different routes with that. And then you had, like, the current one, which kind of settled down for a bit. Then they released more patches. What type of level am I looking for? So I would like to have a point of intelligence as, like, the biggest thing. I'd also have to like to have this HP number be around 30. It's nice that the MP number is up, but it's not as important. I think this one's guaranteed for this level up. But one of the factors that we have is, unlike the previous versions of the game, where you pretty much got a lot of randomness just doing regular combat, this version gives you mostly the same results. And so trying to get a 1 in 8 chance of a level up for the intelligence point to proc is complicated by the fact that I'm often getting the exact same fight, so it's not exactly a real 1 in 8. And here's 2820 agility, luck. So over on the images, it was better, but not what we need. We'll see if we get a couple more variations there. It's nice having 2 different trap tiles to try on. $28.20 agility, luck. So that's exactly the same one. All right, so we have a couple here on both of these. Let's see if we can get a little change. I haven't done an ambush before. We'll see what the ambush one does. This gives me a full round of combat that we have not seen. .419 agility Lex. That's exactly the same as that other one. Interesting that the round of combat came out with the same final results. Well, that means we have to sit through at least 2 rounds. We get different levels, we take a different number of steps. No, it's basically only in combat actions, and it's not time-based, which is what makes it harder to do manipulations on it. It's 420 agility luck. Like on NES, if you were in combat, every 2 frames was 1/30 of a second that you were sitting waiting for a command to be input, it burned an extra random number. And that meant you got a lot of random numbers really fast. And NES can only have 256 possible values for its random number generator, so you would still see a bunch of repeats and things, but it would take a long time to actually explore all of them. Whereas here you have more variations, but at any one time, your local ability to get to new things is pretty restricted. We got another round in there, and this one is not even level up because it's only 2 mummies. Well, now we're gonna get. .418 agility, intelligence, and luck. All right, I'll take that one. I got my intelligence point. That's the most important thing. Next one, 2,000. And we'll see when the breakpoint happens for intelligence. Like, it'll be very noticeable that our damage numbers goes up by 50 right there. So we must have just hit 30 intelligence. Yep, 30. At this point, harm 1 might kill mummies. Because we were at like 65 before, now it should be around 100. So save us a lot of MP if that's the case. 80, still worked. But it might not be 100% of the time. Right, here we go, 27, 8, intelligence, stamina, yes, there's another one. If we can get a good stretch like this where you're just getting intelligence points in 30, 60 seconds, we can fly through levels really fast. This will probably be good up until maybe like level 35 or so, and then the mummies will be a little bit less impressive for the XP that they give. It's still really, really fast compared to previous versions of the game. And 35 should take us into a range where I think that Lich is pretty doable. Similar thing can happen with the Red Mage. I was really struggling with a stretch like in the 60s. And there's a couple levels that we spent like 20 minutes on. And it just took off in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, just flew through the rest of the game. Hey, check later. Gold level right now is going to be whatever it can get past Lich. 5, 18, strength, stamina, luck, nope. So I don't have a specific number, but I would like to have the next in breakpoint, which is going to be up at 40 intelligence. I think that'll be a pretty nice boost to our attack power. So in theory, if we're level 35, we'll be ready to go. All right, 5, 18 strength, intelligence, there we go. Another one done. A minor factor is, do we get a level up with enough XP to the next level that Lich is not going to trigger it? And I think the answer is going to be an obvious yes, but I haven't checked, so it's probably yes. Okay, this is an amazing grind spot for the White Mage, especially with this version of the game where you have ethers to recover your MP, rather than a spell slot system where you have to go outside and use a very expensive house every couple of fights. But this is why I wanted to get here and not spend any extra time in the Marsh Cave, is because this is just so much better. All right, 28, 9, agility, luck. Not what we want. Unreal fights making you over-leveled. It is very easy to level in this game, especially for a solo character, because you're getting essentially quadruple the normal experience. And it kind of shocked me when we started doing these solo challenges, starting with the fighter. And I've been doing the late game leveling with grinding at the eye in the ice cave. And you get a level up, even at the very, very end of the game, in like 5 fights against the eye. Kind of silly. All right, 25, 9, no intelligence points. But as a bonus, since we have leveled up so quickly, I've been treating people to the bonus dungeon bosses with the solo characters. And so far I've been very, very impressed that they have done really well against some of the bosses that are really very tough. 39 luck. We're seeing a couple here, but nothing that we want. Yep, are going to be easy with dia spells. Yep, harm spells are going to destroy Vampire. They're also going to do a very good job versus Lich, who does have a lot of health, but we have a lot of harm spells. This is why I want to get the intelligence breakpoint that we do. Another like 33% more damage. Let me see what this is before I recycle the fight. These images are going to be new. All right, 27, 9. Intelligence luck. There we go. Having the second one around as a backup is great. Yeah, late game there are a lot of unrunnables. Especially Temple of Fiends. It is kind of meant to be an endurance challenge, but because you can save anywhere. Really the strategy is just to save like every couple of steps and reload if you get a bad fight. And it's probably like half the time it takes to fight through things to just save scum the floors. Even if you're at a reasonable level. All right, so we should be very close here. 84, okay, that is very close. $27, 19, stamina, no intelligence point. We got strong HP, strong MP, and stamina. We'll see how many of those are guaranteed. I bet probably only like one of the 3. I think we just got kind of lucky level up there. I'm also very surprised that we are not getting sleep touched. I was also surprised we were not getting paralyzed by the crawls a whole bunch in Marsh Cave. All right, 5, 19, agility, stamina luck. So strong MP and stamina were carried over. I'm kind of wondering if White Mage just has ridiculously high magic defense scores. Because even at these levels on the NES version, White Mage is not really that good at resisting touch attacks. All right, 521 strength, stamina. A couple on the mummy side. Try the image side here for a bit. We already used the iron here. Not yet able to one-shot him. At least not consistent. All right, 521 stamina. That one's not particularly good. We'll do a couple of these, and then if it's still not working out, I can run in the middle of a fight and have a couple of new RNG values to try on both of them. And this should let me plow through levels really fast. All right, 30-20 intelligence, stamina, and we got the iron stick. Not just a normal stick. This is the upgraded one. Yeah, if you're not guaranteed a particular stat, it's a 1 in 8 chance for every level up of getting that stat gain anyway. And so your 7 stats are going to be strong HP, which is, instead of your normal vitality score divided by 4, you get a bonus between 20 and 25 on top of that. Strong MP, similar to the vitality one, instead of intelligence divided by 4, it's plus 10 to 15 for the range. And then you've got your 5 normal stats for strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, and luck. So if you want to have like everything perfect, it's very, very laborious and time consuming. But if you just need like one stat, this strategy works pretty well. All right, 27-9, strength, intelligence, we take those. Level 28 is done. Maybe the Black Mage have 4 bad defense growth. Okay, so this is double their growth rate on NES. Assuming that the other side of the formulas are the same. Which would be very, very good for this point. So that does make sense. Oh, the HP growth. Yeah, HP is very good for the White Mage. Red Mage is pretty heavily nerfed because they don't get very many strong HP gains guaranteed. They're reliant on the 1 in 8s. And over the course of the game, you're going to probably even out your luck a bit, but you could have playthroughs where the Red Mage gets to Chaos with like 280 hit points. It's really, really bad. But the White Mage is very solid, and you're going to have your White Mage max out. I did take a bunch of levels earlier on with strong HP gains. I probably should have just done intelligence the entire way through, but early strong HP meant that the first couple of areas were a lot simpler. Whether it's Garland, Bicky, the Wizards of the Marsh Cave, having like 200 extra hit points, which is 8 strong level ups, makes them very, very much better. So I lost a couple of intelligence points, and sometimes there was the occasional level where you spent 20 minutes trying and you couldn't get the point to drop. And so you could just sit there forever, but I figured I've got a little bit of a buffer to work with. All right, 5, 21, agility, no intelligence points. Are you guaranteed intelligence every 7 levels? No. It is a set schedule for the guaranteed ones. Basically, every character class and every level has a list of what points are guaranteed. 521 strength, agility. NES, it's probably like early on, like 2 or 3 gains guaranteed per level up, and then it slowly trails off as the game goes on. And once you're like the 40s and 50s, it's pretty low. This version, you have fewer guaranteed points because you're going to level 99. It'd be kind of overkill if you had everything guaranteed all the way up. But you still have probably early on, usually like 1 or 2 things guaranteed, and then it slowly trickles down. And late game, you'll have like 0 or 1 for a lot of levels. And on top of that is all the 1 and 8s. Every single one is independently rolled. 29, 21 agility. But a really good one if we got the intelligence there. Yeah, basically the idea for skipping those early intelligence points is that I just want to get to the bitter grind spots a little bit faster. This is so much better than the Marsh Cave. The Marsh Cave was so much better than the encounters by to kill things one at a time. 519 agility. The Ice Cave is probably going to be a lot better than this. So as you go further in, it is very much improved. So a little bit of a trade-off between, is it worth spending more time, or do you rush through a portion of it in order to get to the next spot a little bit faster? The XM will come in. We are getting our levels as quickly as we can. Let's get away with these little bits of RNG that I picked up here, but Dan is not having it. All right, we're running for the mummies. Mummies should be easier. I've tried a couple of the mummy fights, a couple of the image fights. We're not seeing the intelligence points, so if I can re-roll these, I don't know if that actually does anything just going to the fight or not, but we'll try it. See if these look familiar. .520 agility, that looks the same. Okay, so I probably do have to take an action in combat to get a new random number. Dan, quit going first. There we go. That's help for being pleased. So you can notice that you're getting the exact same results. And when you randomize things, you'll get different numbers. We get 521 agility. Current RNG saved part of the file, yes. So every time I soft reset, I'm getting loaded to the same state. And there's a little bit of variability depending on how many frames you wait while the title screen's up there, but you tend to get clustered around a smallest group of values. And then in combat, it only changes the random numbers when you actually take an action to do something that needs a new number. 21 agility luck. Those are no good. on this side. The thing with some of these, though, is that unless you cycle through a bunch of numbers, you might be seeing similar-ish things to what you had before. So I probably want to spend like an entire round or two in fights and not just do like a single round and then pop out. I have 21 agility, stamina. Gonna do a few more of these and then try for another one. Five 21 strength agility. Hopefully go for another 5. All right, 9 actions. That should be way past where we've seen before. Now let's see if we can get something besides 5 and 21. It is 521 still, and agility. No, it's still the same. Heal enemies in this one? No. You cannot heal enemies. You cannot attack your party members. It's pretty familiar to the NES version in a lot of ways. It's just that there have been some quality of life improvements. And like if I cast Harm 2 instead of Harm 1, it wouldn't change the results for the RNG. That's what agility luck. Might be stuck here. I'll give it until 4:30, and then if we are still not getting it, I'll probably take whatever the best one I can reasonably find pretty quickly is. There have been a couple with strong HP, which I don't really care about that much at this point. You're going to easily get to 999 at this rate, so I don't know if it's really that much better. I have 19 agility. At least it was 19 instead of 21. That is definitely new. Hey, look at him. We're surviving the rerolls. 519 agility again. Okay, so that's the exact same. Let's try it one more time to shake it up. Let me go in here. Let's get that intelligence point. 3 is at least not a mummy pack that we were really seeing before. So this could be new. 521 agility. Nope. Really feels like we're just getting this one level up exclusively here. So this one, I also did not have a 6-pack of race before. No. These are actually images. They have funny renamings because they switched to the Japanese names kind of incrementally. Like PlayStation is in between US and Japanese names. This one is always Japanese names for all of the stuff. 519 agility. Yeah, that's the exact same for that one as well. Well, now we get to spend levels in the battle, in addition to outside. I have 21 strength agility. Strength was not happening before. Yeah, some levels just are really tough. This is why, kind of in the middle of the Red Mage playthrough, I kind of realized that if you are spending a really long time in a single level, it is probably better to just burn it and go to the next one, because for every level that you spend 20 minutes on, there's probably another level or two that you get instantly. And there's a little bit of wiggle room, as long as you're not burning things unnecessarily, that you're probably going to be fine. 519 agility. Intelligence, there we go. We got it. All right, so we're at 36 here. 4 more levels for our next breakpoint. Whew. That one didn't really have like a second best one that was even decent, so I'm glad we were able to get the intelligence point at the end. $2,500, that's 2 battles. GBA music is really good. They actually added in a couple of new soundtracks for this game. There's a different theme for the bosses, and then there's a different theme for Lich and Kraken, and there's a different theme for Carrie and Tiamat, and then there's a different theme for Chaos, so bunch of new ones. Plus, they did a really good job of remastering the original songs. Some of this work had already been done for the PlayStation version, but the GBA version is just noticeably better in terms of the sound quality, which is kind of surprising because the GBA version has some flaws. It's composed for the really crummy speaker on the portable console. And that thing's got absolutely no bass, so you have to really crank up the bass in the mix in order to have any kind of bassy sound to it. Which is why sometimes you listen to a GBA game in an emulator or on the Game Boy player, it's a little bit distorted for it. The really, really good was the PlayStation Portable version, which is even better. Well, this one's very, very good. All right, 510 luck. So we've seen 510 and 510 luck. Yeah, I definitely say PSP is the definitive one. It's got the best of all the stuff. And for the bonus dungeons, it's got the actual themes for each of the games. So like in this one, if you go to the Final Fantasy IV bosses, it's just the regular boss theme. Whereas on PSP, it's going to give you the Final Fantasy IV boss theme. It's like an extra added touch to it. 522, wow, this is sad for both of these. You're getting slightly different results, but it is seemingly kind of linked. Both of them have weak HP. The 5 is because we got our stamina up to the point where we're now getting a guaranteed minimum of 5 per level. We had a minimum of 10 for our intelligence points. It's our 36 intelligence divided by 4 plus 1. That's why that's ticked up to 10. But all the other gains look like there's nothing guaranteed. At least damn those, at least some points. I wouldn't take those points, but there are points. I mean, now that I'm so close on getting to the next intelligence break, but I really don't want to skip any levels. I probably should because it's very fast to recycle them, but we're holding firm for now. $5-10 luck. I can assure you, that is not good luck. How much of a difference does min-maxing here make? So, with black magic spells, it is every 10 points of intelligence, basically a multiplier. So, we get it 150 right there. If I had 20 intelligence, I would do 100. And intelligence, I'm doing 50. Now you can see it's kind of decreasing returns. Each one is a linear growth to it, so it's percentage-wise going down and down and down. But it goes up pretty decently. For white magic, the base is a little bit higher. I believe it's just every intelligence point. It's not going to be every 10. But the growth rate's a lot lower. So, for example, Cure 3 on the Red Mage that we had in the last playthrough was doing, I think, like 280 at 30 intelligence. That went up to 360 at 50 intelligence. Nice bonus. And I think if we got to like 90 intelligence, it would be something like 500. So going for like min-maxing versus what you would just kind of naturally get might be about double in terms of performance. It's pretty good. It's not going to be game-breaking. But for these challenges where you were kind of pushing things pretty close to the edge, it's nice to have a fair bit of wiggle room on these. 5-10 luck, we are getting absolutely nothing with this. I'm going to be using Fade later on. Fade is only available for White Wizards, so without class change, we do not get Fade, we do not get Cure 4. Our best spell in the game is going to be Cure 3 for healing. That is the last healing spell that we get. And then I will be mostly using things like the Zeus Gauntlet and Mage Staff, so like Lit 2, Fire 2. That is the best we have for magic attacks. And realistically, it just means that for bosses, you are going to use the Power Glove and hit them with your hammer a lot. And that's the big reason why I think that having good healing is really important, is because it's going to take a very long time to get those Power Gloves going. All right, 5-10 luck. I'm also noticing it's the exact same numbers for the harm spell on those mummies. So 92, 96, 94. Which kind of suggests that we're getting the same RNG values. This one we mentioned has to burn. I'm not seeing any really measurable changes from cycling these around a bit. The level really sucks, though. Something you can kind of feel like okay about. It wasn't the best one, but it was something. Now this one is not the best, and it's not even something. Does Bestiary advance battle energy? I don't know what the Bestiary does for doing it. I would imagine that when you reset and reload, it's going to reload back the old RNG state and not save it. But completely untested. Double protect. 5, 10. Intelligence. There we go. 2 protects got it. Just had to sit through an extra round of fighting. All right, 37. 3 intelligence points left. I'm going to get a bunch more of those really bad ones. Oh, it's definitely appreciated, Dark JDL. I think the ideas are great. It's just no information at all exists on this. So I got a couple things that I kind of understand from past experience and trial and error and things. But most of it's using the pieces that I know of to figure out how to make this work. And ultimately, if we miss out on some intelligence points and we don't get the break points, we're still going to be fine. I don't have any concerns about Dan being able to beat Chaos. It is more about how much preparation do you need in order to be able to do that. 521 strength. All right, so strength and strong MP. Especially whether this remains grindy. We typically want to go to level 99, which means there's a lot of grinding. And if you want to get the points that you want, then it's going to be more time in the grind. But for a character class like Fighter or Black Belt, where you don't really need to care about what your gains are, you just need to get the levels, the grind is very, very fast. It's something like a level every like 45 seconds in the late game. So yes, you're going to level 99, but it takes 30, 40 minutes. 522 strength. Just with White Mage, you're getting a lot of these 1 in 8s. And sometimes 1 in 8 tends to take more than 8 tries. Sometimes it's free though. Those are the ones that are really good. And race. This one is not enough for level up, so we definitely have some new values here. I guess back to mummies. Now that we've shuffled things. We saw 2 mummies. All right, 520 strength luck. Not really help. But Bilski, thank you for Reese's going back for 45 months. Hope you're doing well here tonight. Enjoy our solo White Mage. As Dan tries his best. And sure, maybe Dan's best is not very good, but I think we knew that going in. 521 strength stamina. Go into the Wraith, and then I'm going to start rolling the Protects after this. $520 strength. Okay, that's pretty much the same. And somebody's just really tired to tell if it's actually the same or not. But you start to notice some patterns. This one is 1 protect. For the protects, when going to also matter how many wraiths are in the fight. That'll change the number of attacks that are happening per round. So with 520 strength. Does seem to want to give me a lot of intelligence derivatives, but not the intelligence itself. All right, 4 here, and it's a first strike. I'm going to take 2 protects so that they get around. .520 strength. Nothing new. What I don't really know is how much of a difference you get between these 2 encounters, because they're both enemies that have just melee attacks. They both have a status ailment applied on touch. But they're different formations in that they can have a different number of monsters show up. So, like, there's at least some differences going on there. And obviously they've got different combat stats, so sometimes they might miss where the other one might get a hit in. How much any of this impacts the RNG for the level up process at the end, 0 clue. 21 strength. Luck, I mean, it's better. But no, random last damage, which makes stuff like this has been so little explored that you'd have to figure out like all the memory addresses and things just to see what's happening for it, and kind of work things out from scratch. Like, unlike the NES where a lot of stuff is already kind of documented and understood to the point where you can kind of just look up how the formulas work. None of that exists for GBA. Be kind of neat though. Things like just having a table of, for the character class at this level, these are the guaranteed stat points. That already really helps. 522 strength. 22 is new. But it was not intelligent. All right, I think we're at the verge of chucking this one. 450. I'll give it this one and then one more try. And then we're just going to take whatever. This one doesn't even have like interesting ones coming up. You're seeing pretty much the very bare bones level up. So I think I can still get to 99. Getting to 90 is enough for the black magic. 99 is a small bump for the white magic. .522 strength, agility. All right. We'll surrender on that one. 3 levels still to go. We have been defeated. That kind of flex. Dan would probably hurt himself with flexing. I don't think that's a good idea. It's okay having a strength point, but you need so many of those to get the equivalent of even 1 use of the power glove that it's probably your least important stat as a white mage. Agility at least gives you a very tiny improvement to your chance of running from things and dodging attacks. Stamina gives you a little tiny decrease in the amount of damage that you take on physical attacks. Very, very small, but it adds up. And whatever luck does, it probably is important. one more. We're very, very close to level. Anything will do the encounter for even a 2-enemy fight. So let's see what we got. And hopefully we get some intelligence points here. 26, 10, strength, intelligence, luck, done. Next level. This is why burning things occasionally is the right strategy. We're going to spend 20 more minutes on that previous one. Here's totally brand new ground to work on. And again, as long as you've got a couple levels that you can set aside to burn, which in this version is not that problematic, it's pretty easy. On NES, we've got zero wiggle room. Like, you might have to have every single level up from 1 to 50, basically, what you want for it. It's a lot tougher to do that. Alright, 24, we can still take another couple. My big worry was that we'd get sleep touched a whole bunch, which is evidently not a problem at all. So these mummies are totally free. I was willing to burn level on Astos. Could have gotten here much sooner. Alright, 522 stamina. The grind resumes. No, it was not a level. Okay, so new territory. I would have thought we'd been close enough for anything to do at that point. But evidently not. Alright, there we go. 520 stamina. That's what we got on our first offer from the race. Do I really images? It's confusing. Up on the mummies. Try these. I have 21 intelligence and stamina. I think the mummies are a lot better. 1 point to go. We are doing this. So it'd be really great to get Lich done tonight. Got a bit of work to do though. Got this last level up. Go kill a vampire, go turn the ruby in. Then go back through Earth Cave again. But luckily we don't really need to do any fighting in there. I can bypass the wizards by just reloading if we get them. So it at least makes the trips through a lot nicer. Mummies until the level up. 11 to go. I think it's 7 to go. We're at 150. Been fighting mummies this long and I don't know how much experience there. I think it's 300. Okay, yeah. 1 mummy to go then. This is gonna be it. Intelligence point. We're done with the mummy grind. 5, 10. Intelligence, stamina, we're out of here. The mummy grind is finished. Level 34. That is about what I predicted for getting through that. We are now very over level for these enemies, which means we should be able to run away from things quite quickly. I think we'll make this even nicer. Because that now I've got a lot of money from that mummy grind. This is a bit better than you'd have as a Black Mage around this level. Black Mage has got the most guaranteed int points in the game. It is a very high rate, but I think Black Mage probably gets it more like the high 30s for 40 int. It might not be true because Black Mage starts with more int. It's pretty close though. So once we get some real attack items, we'll be doing nice. In terms of spells, I like to pick up Cure 3. That's going to be my biggest heal spell in the entire game. The only other question is, do you get Protera, which is the 6th tier version of Protect. Protera is going to give you 2 extra defense per cast, but it's going to cost like 5 times as much per cast. Is that a big deal? I don't know. Either for the +2 or the 5 times. It is possible that we're going to have so much MP that you can pretty much just do whatever you want. It's also possible that 2 defense is really not going to even be noticed. The shadows, it brings me back to our wonderful times in the Marsh Cave. Looking back, I would definitely suggest that a good trade-off is to just sacrifice a level or even 2 on Astos, just to get to those mummies faster, because the mummy grind was so much better than Marsh. It was just very, very nice. Hey, Fred, welcome in. You would love this version of the game because they flipped around the percentage chances for all of the first strikes and ambushes, which means you have a 90% chance of first striking a Shadow or a Mage, and a 75% chance of first striking Warlock. Gargles. This is how much damage we were taking after like 3 protects before. So we've also gotten way beefier just from those level ups and all the stamina gains in terms of our defense scores. So enemies are in for some bad news. Figure this is kind of the level that you would be probably thinking about fighting Chaos in a 4-character party. Assuming you had real characters and real equipment, and real spells. Which we have none of the above. There's the only stretch where I have to worry about wizards coming in. We also have these undead, which I was previously worried about, but it seems like we have such good magic defense that paralysis is not really a thing. But that's another big revelation, that mages have such a big buff to the magic defense that it is very seriously difficult to insta-kill or status effect a mage, which definitely is not the case on an AS. Then full bestiary runs. Yeah, I did a full bestiary run a couple of years ago. And then recently I did all bosses, which is not quite the full bestiary, but it's very close. You could finish off full bestiary in like maybe another 2 hours after that. Here's the vampire. Yes, because the vampire is considered a boss, the vampire HP has been doubled. Yeah, full bestiary includes all the bonus dungeons. There's even a full bestiary run for the PSP version, where you have to add in going through the Labyrinth of Time 8 times for all the different variations of Chronadia. That one's kind of stupid. Full bestiary on GBA is about the limit of where it really is kind of fun. On GBA, you have to do the bonus dungeons multiple times, because it's 4 times through Final Fantasy III's dungeon. That's 5 floors times 4. 2 times through Final Fantasy IV dungeon. That's 10 floors times 2. 2 times through the Final Fantasy V dungeon. That's 20 floors times 2. And then the 40 floor Final Fantasy VI dungeon is luckily all in one shot. So you're spending way more time in the bonus dungeons than you are in the rest of the game. Even if you take a while to get the enemies kind of fished out for things like the Iron Golem and the T-Rex and Warmech and such. It's still probably like, maybe not 2/3, but more than 50% of the bonus dungeons. That's right, 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 is actually 10 plus 20 plus 20 plus 10. Plus 30. And then another 20 on top. For good measure. No, not the wizards. Don't outfit those. I got greedy. Yeah, fighting the rare encounters is a big portion of it. There's a few rare encounters in the bonus dungeons. Luckily, not too many. And no matter how the floors are shuffled up, I think you can always get the encounters that you need. Like, Earth Dungeon's got the Abyss Worm. And so you go to the desert floor, you're going to get that encounter eventually. But it's going to be one of the floors that's always going to be included. And the other ones were like rare encounters, like 1 in 64s. There's, I want to say 4 total in the bonus dungeons. Which puts it pretty similar to what the rest of the base game has. Base game's going to have Warmech, T-Rex. I guess Iron Golem is actually easier to get. They bumped up the Iron Golem appearance rates, I believe, to 3 and 64. Or whatever their percentages are. That's right, we have hit 40 intelligence. And now we're going to hit Lich very, very hard. "40 intelligence at level 34, I believe, means that we can still hit 99. We don't have very many levels to burn left, but it can be done. Speaking of hitting Lich, how much experience does Lich give me? 2,200? That's not very much. That's like Astos. All right, I got 6,000, so yeah, we're totally fine. Unlike this Titan, who has traded his pants for a Star Ruby and brought shame to everyone. I didn't even want his pants. These are the slowest enemies in the game. You really should not be feeling this run. Hands might possibly in need of more saving. I just got used to how good the running was for so much of this. But I don't understand why the slowest enemies are the ones that we are failing to run from. Maybe Dan has wrapped his speed around to too high of a number. Could this be the problem? Around there. And we are over to Sarda's Cave. I still want to pick up Cure 3 before I go fight Lich, so I have to go back to Melmon for that. Aside from that, everything is looking pretty good. About 15 minutes away from being done with our first of the 4 fiends. And yes, there will be some regrets. It's a little bit longer than I expected for the first time, but I was thinking that Lich would be around 5 hours or so. So we're not drastically over, but up until this point, I have overestimated all of the playthroughs by a fair bit. I was initially thinking, oh, the fighter is going to probably take 2 days. No, fighter was done in 5.5 hours. It was real fast. It's like, okay, fighter has so many advantages. The gear is really good. You don't need any stat gains. Black belt, much slower start. It's going to take 10 hours. Black belt was like 7 hours. It's reasonably close. But Red Mage. The Red Mage is not in any way capable of melee. It's definitely going to be twice as long as the Black Belt. Red Mage was also like 7 hours. It was like 7.5. So the fact that the White Mage is even kind of near my estimate is maybe a sign that the White Mage is the first one that is significantly more challenging. Of course, the greatest challenge of all. Can you survive a night in the Melmon Inn? Yes, you do have to eat the breakfast. And yes, those beds are carved out of solid rock. It's very nice artwork, though. But bad for the back. All right, Cure 3 done. We got our healing spells in here now. I guess Harm 1 is getting increasingly unimportant. It would probably kill some things. But let's say we are going to ditch that for now. Harm 2, Harm 3 is the backbone. Cure 2, Cure 3. Depends on if you need a little bit or a lot of healing. We're still being relatively economical with our MP. By the time I get to 999, I'm probably going to not care about the difference between a Cure 2 and a Cure 3 outside of combat. But White Mage in Pharmacy 5 is a drag too. It is mainly because I'm getting these intelligence points that really is the source of slowing the White Mage down. I think if you find out that you don't need that much intelligence and you can get by with just being relatively lucky on a couple of fights, this one would shoot way down in time. But that's not going to be true for all of them. And also, the difficult one is going to be the Thief. Thief is just so bad. It won't hopefully be as bad as the previous versions. Like, PlayStation Thief is off the charts horrible. It is horrible in a different way than NES Thief, but they're both nearly equally bad. NES Thief has just every single part of the game that hates it. PlayStation Thief has Astos, and you can decide if all of the advantages that you have for everyone else makes up for having to spend just an eternity fighting Astos. But I could see arguments for whether NES Thief or PlayStation Thief is the worst. I think GBA Thief, because you're going to get the 15 puzzle items, you can do fangs just like we did with the White Mage here. It's probably not going to be as effective, since lower intelligence, I believe, does reduce the power of fangs. And I really don't want an intelligence grind the Thief. But maybe we'll have to. So we shall see how that goes. Cure 2 right now is doing 150. So I think with the Red Mage, when we had this Cure 3 before, it was like 280. That should be the same here. That makes sense. If it's 150 for Cure 2, it's probably like 300 for Cure 3. The numbers are checking out. What's kind of neat for Fantasy 5 is that because of all the people that did the 4-job Fiesta, like, strategies have been figured out for pretty much every boss, every character class combination. And some of them might be very unpleasant, but there is kind of a lot of assistance that you can get for doing those. So I think doing solo challenges on Fantasy 5 would actually be pretty fun with just the body of knowledge that exists. Like, you could try and do a lot of improvisation, and then if it doesn't work out, you can look up ideas that people have had in the past. That's right, no class change. Gonna be doing this just as our White Mage started. Probably will be doing it in another 5 hours? This is the first time I think we're going to use up all of the time on day 2. I no longer think day 3 is that likely for White Mage. It's possible that we just barely don't finish on day 2. But assuming that we don't get really stuck on any level ups, and we just kind of plow through and get a lot of levels very quickly, what really slows the White Mage down? Like, you have 90 minutes running around, getting all the quest stuff out of the way. You got probably an hour or so grinding in ordeals for the zombies. That's your mega elixirs and getting some levels there. The grind in Ice Cave is like 2 hours or so. And you probably have like 30 minutes of 15 puzzle left. I did a bunch of 15 puzzle, but I do not have some of the important items, particularly the recovery items. So I'm going to need to go do more 15 puzzles at some point to get elixirs, make elixirs. Probably an emergency exit, just to have one on hand. But we have to go down to floor number 4. I think similar to Red Mage, this character does not need to pick up a lot of stuff. So you are going through dungeons very fast. It really seems like you don't have to worry all that much about the encounters. Yeah, but I'm not expecting to need a lot of elixirs. I'm hoping that with the zombie Ds that you get a decent number of mega elixirs. Maybe you just kind of skip a lot of stuff if mega elixirs go well, or just try to get the first place prize pool ones. That should be a relatively solid source. I'd have typically got 1 X potion, one of the dry ethers. I forget if it's dry ether or turbo ether, the one that's the full MP recovery. But you'll have the basics of what you need. And with the work that we're doing on the intelligence score, we should have enough intelligence that Cure 3 holds its own against the bosses. You don't need Cure 4, you don't need elixirs all the time. Cure 3, probably 500 would be really good. Nice tech detail. I miss watching a lot of people doing the 4-job Fiesta. It's seemingly kind of died off a bit for streaming in terms of just the number of channels available that have it during Fiesta season. But it's pretty fun, and for anyone that has not seen it, I would recommend checking it out. Can also recommend holding on to your butts here, because it is time for our first fiend. We got Lich. Not soon. It's gonna be curtains. We're also gonna use these curtain force. Might as well use them here. So we want white first. Protects up. Once he gets a couple turns in for spells, I'll do the blue and red curtains as well. Believe it's Fire 2 then Lit 2, so I want to do red then blue. I'll say I probably want to blink here rather than protect. It seems like Dan's got really good protection from status elements, but Lich's stun touch would be kind of unfortunate. It is also remarkable that Lich has done nothing but physicals. There we go. Finally a spell. Alright, are the curtains going? We blink stack, everything stacks except for fast. And I guess curtains. So you can get some ridiculous things by going very hard on stuff. There's Lit 2. Because we have these curtains up, we're taking way less damage. And that means we can do a lot of damage back to Lich. 1,400, I think it is. So that's 6 of these. I was kind of banking on that hold hitting, stun touch, getting hit by the sleep spells. So I was pretty overstacked. I was not expecting the White Mage magic defense to be nearly this good. But this will work eventually. Probably gonna be 7. Really hit with status up there. Slow land it. Unfortunately. Didn't land fast enough. Lich, done. Curtain's the ace pubs. Yes, so white curtain is a ice, blue curtain is a lit, and red curtain is a fire. There is also a light curtain, which is the wall spell. I think there's none of the other ones. Just be a rub for the missing one. Wait, no, there's light and lunar curtains. So maybe there is an A-rub and a wall. But yeah, basically get all of them. I've beaten Lich. We can now get out of here. All right, let's head over to Crescent Lake. Pick up our canoe. That's a great place to stop for the night. I feel like we made some pretty good progress here. Lich is done. This next stretch, other than getting level ups in a couple places, should be very, very straightforward. Previously, I never did care about the stat gains for zombies. That might be a bit different. But if I'm not worried about zombie stun touch, then there's a lot fewer problems with taking those fights slowly if we have to. Pretty sure up until now the character classes, even like level 50, have been stunned a bunch. So this is going to be a new experience with this much mag defense. Hoping Black Mage is similar. That'd be kind of nice to not have to worry about Black Mage getting knocked out of things as easily as you do on NES. Black Mage has got so little HP for the first chunk of the game that it's really tough if they get paralyzed even once. But 2 things here can help us. 1, stun working less often. And 2 is that, just like everybody else with strong level-ups, we could probably get the Black Mage up to 250, 300 health pretty fast. Now that might not be enough for Black Mage to coast to 99, but it'll be a good start. Oh. Just a few more beatings to go. That's some old men who are not nearly as greasy as I remember. Like more crescenty, it is improved. There's a couple places where the difference in the perspective angle of the camera is a little bit annoying, especially in like the canoe stretches, but for the most part, it's pretty easy to follow. Gotta clean some stuff out of here, so we don't need that. Gone. All this was from the dwarf cave. At this point, I think the curtains are done for. We'll have the ribbon before too long, and there's nothing along the way that we care about those spells. Oh, I can go. Too bad for the power staff. It was not to be. I guess I'll keep the 210s just in case we need them. Alright, max up potions. Never to think about those again. I probably never drink a potion the entire game. Same thing with the high potions. Probably never get used. Ethers we do everything with. And that is it for items, weapons, and armor. There's nothing here. Spells. Guess I could put the Protera on there. Alright, we'll see if it ever gets used. That's a maybe. That is probably the last spell I get in the entire game. And there is the canoe. All right, we are good here.